Chapter 12 of Anne of Geierstein by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Believe me, sir, it carries a rare form, but 'tis a spirit. The Tempest. There was a short silence after the Bernese had concluded his singular tale. Arthur Phillipson's attention had been gradually and intensely attracted by a story which was too much in unison with the received ideas of the age to be encountered by the unhesitating incredulity with which it must have been heard in later and more enlightened times. He was also considerably struck by the manner in which it had been told by the narrator, whom he had hitherto only regarded in the light of a rude huntsman or soldier, whereas he now allowed Donnerhugel credit for a more extensive acquaintance with the general manners of the world than he had previously anticipated. The Swiss rose in his opinion as a man of talent, but without making the slightest progress in his affections. The swashbuckler, he said to himself, has brains as well as brawn and bones, and is fitter for the office of commanding others than I formerly thought him. Then turning to his companion, he thanked him for the tale which had shortened the way in so interesting a manner. And it is from this singular marriage, he continued, that Anne of Geierstein derives her origin. Her mother, answered the Swiss, was Sibylla of Arnheim, the infant at whose christening the mother died, disappeared, or whatever you may list to call it. The barony of Arnheim, being a male fief, reverted to the emperor. The castle has never been inhabited since the death of the last lord, and has, as I have heard, become in some sort ruinous. The occupations of its ancient proprietors, and above all, the catastrophe of its last inhabitant, have been thought to render it no eligible place of residence. Did there appear anything preternatural, said the Englishman, about the young baroness who married the brother of the landman? So far as I have heard, replied Rudolph, there were strange stories. It was said that the nurses, at the dead of night, have seen Hermione, the last baroness of Arnheim, stand weeping by the side of the child's cradle, and other things to the same purpose. But here I speak from less correct information than that from which I drew my former narrative. And since the credibility of a story, not very probable in itself, must needs be granted or withheld according to the evidence on which it is given, may I ask you, said Arthur, to tell me what is the authority on which you have so much reliance? Willingly, answered the Swiss. Know that Theodore Donnerhugel, the favourite page of the last Baron of Arnheim, was my father's brother. Upon his master's death, he retired to his native town of Bern, and most of his time was employed in training me up to arms and martial exercises, as well according to the fashion of Germany as of Switzerland, for he was master of all. He witnessed with his own eyes, and heard with his own ears, great part of the melancholy and mysterious events which I have detailed to you. Should you ever visit Bern, you may see the good old man. You think then, said Arthur, that the appearance which I have this night seen is connected with the mysterious marriage of Anne of Geierstein's grandfather? Nay, replied Rudolph, think not that I can lay down any positive explanation of a thing so strange. I can only say that unless I did you the injustice to disbelieve your testimony respecting the apparition of this evening, I know no way to account for it, except by remembering that there is a portion of the young lady's blood which is thought not to be derived from the race of Adam, but more or less directly from one of those elementary spirits which have been talked of both in ancient and modern times. But I may be mistaken. We will see how she bears herself in the morning, and whether she carries in her looks the weariness and paleness of a midnight watcher. If she doth not, we may be authorized in thinking either that your eyes have strangely deceived you, or that they have been cheated by some spectral appearance which is not of this world. To this the young Englishman attempted no reply, nor was there time for any, for they were immediately afterwards challenged by the sentinel from the drawbridge. The question, "Who goes there?" was twice satisfactorily answered before Sigismund would admit the patrol to cross the drawbridge. "Ass and mule that thou art," said Rudolph, "what was the meaning of thy delay?" "Ass and mule thyself, Hauptmann," said the Swiss, in answer to this objurgation. "I have been surprised by a goblin on my post once to night already, and I have got so much experience upon that matter that I will not easily be caught a second time." "What goblin, thou fool?" said Donnerhugel, "would be idle enough to play his gambols at the expense of so very poor an animal as thou art?" "Thou art as cross as my father, Hauptmann," replied Sigismund, "who cries fool and blockhead at every word I speak, and yet I have lips, teeth, and tongue to speak with, just like other folk." "We will not contest the matter, Sigismund," said Rudolph. "It is clear that if thou dost differ from other people, it is in a particular which thou canst hardly be expected to find out or acknowledge. But what in the name of simplicity is it which hath alarmed thee on thy post?" "Marry, thus it was, Hauptmann," returned Sigismund Biedermann. "I was something tired, you see, with looking up at the broad moon, and thinking what in the universe it could be made of, and how we came to see it just as well here as at home, this place being so many miles from Geierstein. I was tired, I say, of this and other perplexing thoughts, so I drew my fur cap down over my ears, for I promise you the wind blew shrill, and then I planted myself firm on my feet, with one of my legs a little advanced, and both my hands resting on my partisan, which I placed upright before me to rest upon, and so I shut mine eyes." "Shut thine eyes, Sigismund, and thou upon thy watch!" exclaimed Donnerhugel. "Care not thou for that," answered Sigismund. "I kept my ears open. And yet it was to little purpose, for something came upon the bridge with a step as stealthy as that of a mouse. I looked up with a start at the moment it was opposite to me, and when I looked up, whom think you I saw?" "Some fool like thyself," said Rudolph, at the same time pressing Philipson's foot to make him attend to the answer, a hint which was little necessary, since he waited for it in the utmost agitation. Out it came at last. "By Saint Mark, it was our own Anne of Geierstein." "It is impossible," replied the Bernese. I should have said so too, quoth Sigismund, for I had peeped into her bedroom before she went thither, and it was so bedizened that a queen or a princess might have slept in it. And why should the wench get out of her good quarters with all her friends about her to guard her, and go out to wander in the forest? Maybe, said Rudolph, she only looked from the bridge to see how the night waned. No, said Sigismund, she was returning from the forest. I saw her when she reached the end of the bridge, and thought of striking at her, conceiving it to be the devil in her likeness. But I remembered my halberd is no birch switch to chastise boys and girls with, and I had done Anne any harm, you would all have been angry with me, and to speak truth, I should have been ill pleased with myself, for although she doth make a jest of me now and then, yet it were a dull house ours were we to lose Anne. Ass, answered the Bernese, didst thou speak to this form, or goblin, as you call it? Indeed, I did not, Captain Wiseacre. My father is ever angry with me when I speak without thinking, and I could not at that particular moment think on anything to the purpose. Neither was there time to think, for she passed me like a snowflake upon a whirlwind. I marched into the castle after her, however, calling on her by name. So the sleepers were awakened, and men flew to their arms, and there was as much confusion as if Archibald of Hagenbach had been among us with sword and pike, and who should come out of her little bedroom as much startled and as much in a bustle as any of us but Mrs. Anne herself. And as she protested she had never left her room that night, why I, Sigismund Biedermann, was made to stand the whole blame, as if I could prevent people's ghosts from walking. But I told her my mind when I saw them all so set against me. And Mistress Anne, quoth I, it's well known the kindred you come of. And after this fair notice, if you send any of your double gangers to me, let them put iron skullcaps on their heads, for I will give them the length and weight of a Swiss halberd, come in what shape they list. However, they all cried shame on me, and my father drove me out again with as little remorse as if I had been the old house dog which had stolen in from his watch to the fireside. The Bernese replied with an air of coldness approaching to contempt, You have slept on your watch, Sigismund, a high military offence, and you have dreamed while you slept. You were in good luck that the Landamen did not suspect your negligence, or instead of being sent back to your duty like a lazy watchdog, you might have been scourged back like a faithless one to your kennel at Geierstein, as chanced to poor Ernest for a less matter. Ernest has not yet gone back, though, said Sigismund, and I think he may pass as far into Burgundy as we shall do in this journey. I pray you, however, Hauptmann, to treat me not dog-like, but as a man, and send someone to relieve me, instead of prating here in the cold night air. If there be anything to do tomorrow, as I well guess there may, a mouthful of food and a minute of sleep will be but a fitting preparative, and I have stood watch here these 2 mortal hours. With that the young giant yawned portentously, as if to enforce the reasons of his appeal. A mouthful and a minute, said Rudolph. A roasted ox and a lethargy like that of the 7 sleepers would scarce restore you to the use of your refreshed and waking senses. But I am your friend Sigismund, and you are secure in my favourable report. You shall be instantly relieved, that you may sleep, if it be possible, without disturbances from dreams. Pass on, young men," addressing the others, who by this time had come up, "and go to your rest. Arthur of England and I will report to the Landamen and the Banneret the account of our patrol." The patrol accordingly entered the castle, and were soon heard joining their slumbering companions. Rudolph Donnerhugel seized Arthur's arm, and while they went towards the hall, whispered in his ear, "These are strange passages. How think you we should report them to the deputation?" "That I must refer to yourself," said Arthur. "You are the captain of our watch. I have done my duty in telling you what I saw, or thought I saw. It is for you to judge how far it is fitting to communicate it to the Landamen. Only as it concerns the honour of his family, to his ear alone I think it should be confided." "I see no occasion for that," said the Bernese hastily. "It cannot affect or interest our general safety. But I may take occasion hereafter to speak with Anne on this subject." This latter hint gave as much pain to Arthur as the general proposal of silence on an affair so delicate had afforded him satisfaction. But his uneasiness was of a kind which he felt it necessary to suppress, and he therefore replied with as much composure as he could assume. "You will act, Sir Hauptmann, as your sense of duty and delicacy shall dictate. For me, I shall be silent on what you call the strange passages of the night, rendered doubly wonderful by the report of Sigismund Biedermann, and also on what you have seen and heard concerning our auxiliaries of Bern," said Rudolph. "On that I shall certainly be silent," said Arthur, "unless thus far, that I mean to communicate to my father the risk of his baggage being liable to examination and seizure at La Ferret." "It is needless," said Rudolph. "I will answer with head and hand for the safety of everything belonging to him." "I thank you in his name," said Arthur, "but we are peaceful travellers, to whom it must be much more desirable to avoid a broil than to give occasion for one, even when secure of coming out of it triumphantly." "These are the sentiments of a merchant, but not of a soldier," said Rudolph, in a cold and displeased tone. "But the matter is your own, and you must act in it as you think best. Only remember, if you go to La Ferret without our assistance, you hazard both goods and life." They entered, as he spoke, the apartment of their fellow travellers. The companions of their patrol had already laid themselves down amongst their sleeping comrades at the lower end of the room. The Landamen and the Bannerman of Bern heard Donnerhugel make a report that his patrol, both before and after midnight, had been made in safety, and without any encounter which expressed either danger or suspicion. The Bernese then wrapped him in his cloak, and lying down on the straw, with that happy indifference to accommodation, and promptitude to seize the moment of repose, which is acquired by a life of vigilance and hardship, was in a few minutes fast asleep. Arthur remained on foot but a little longer, to dart an earnest look on the door of Anne of Geierstein's apartment, and to reflect on the wonderful occurrences of the evening. But they formed a chaotic mystery for which he could see no clue, and the necessity of holding instant communication with his father compelled him forcibly to turn his thoughts in that direction. He was obliged to observe caution and secrecy in accomplishing his purpose. For this he laid himself down beside his parent, whose couch, with the hospitality which he had experienced from the beginning of his intercourse with the kind-hearted Swiss, had been arranged in what was thought the most convenient place of the apartment, and somewhat apart from all others. He slept sound, but awoke at the touch of his son, who whispered to him in English, for the greater precaution, that he had important tidings for his private ear. "An attack on our post?" said the elder Philipson. "Must we take to our weapons?" "Not now," said Arthur, "and I pray of you not to rise or make alarm. This matter concerns us alone." "Tell it instantly, my son," replied his father. "You speak to one too much used to danger to be startled at it." "It is a case for your wisdom to consider," said Arthur. "I had information, while upon the patrol, that the governor of La Ferret will unquestionably seize upon your baggage and merchandise, under pretext of levying dues claimed by the Duke of Burgundy. I have also been informed that our escort of Swiss youth are determined to resist this exaction, and conceive themselves possessed of the numbers and means sufficient to do so successfully." "By Saint George, that must not be," said the elder Philipson. "It would be an evil requital to the true-hearted Landaman to give the fiery Duke a pretext for that war which the excellent old man is so anxiously desirous to avoid, if it be possible. Any exactions, however unreasonable, I will gladly pay. But to have my papers seized on were utter ruin. I partly feared this, and it made me unwilling to join myself to the Landaman's party. We must now break off from it. This rapacious governor will not surely lay hands on the deputation which seeks his master's court under protection of the law of nations, but I can easily see how he might make our presence with them a pretext for quarrel, which will equally suit his own avaricious spirit and the humour of these fiery young men, who are seeking for matter of offence. This shall not be taken for our sake. We will separate ourselves from the deputies, and remain behind till they are passed on. If this de Hagenbach be not the most unreasonable of men, I will find a way to content him so far as we are individually concerned. Meanwhile, I will instantly wake the Landaman," he said, "and acquaint him with our purpose." This was immediately done, for Philipson was not slow in the execution of his resolutions. In a minute he was standing by the side of Arnold Biederman, who, raised on his elbow, was listening to his communication, while over the shoulder of the Landaman rose the head and long beard of the deputy from Schwitz, his large clear blue eyes gleaming from beneath a fur cap bent on the Englishman's face, but stealing a glance aside now and then to mark the impression which what was said made upon his colleague. "Good friend and host," said the elder Philipson, "we have heard for a certainty that our poor merchandise will be subjected to taxation or seizure on our passage through La Ferret, and I would gladly avoid all cause of quarrel for your sake as well as our own." "You do not doubt that we can and will protect you?" replied the Landaman. "I tell you, Englishman, that the guest of a Swiss is as safe by his side as an eaglet under the wing of its dam. And to leave us because danger approaches is but a poor compliment to our courage or constancy. I am desirous of peace, but not the Duke of Burgundy himself should wrong a guest of mine, so far as my power might prevent it." At this the deputy from Schwitz clenched a fist like a bull's knuckles, and showed it above the shoulders of his friend. "It is even to avoid this, my worthy host," replied Philipson, "that I intend to separate from your friendly company sooner than I desire or purposed. Bethink you, my brave and worthy host, you are an ambassador seeking a national peace, I a traitor seeking private gain. War or quarrels which may cause war are alike ruinous to your purpose and mine. I confess to you frankly that I am willing and able to pay a large ransom, and when you are departed I will negotiate for the amount. I will abide in the town of Bale till I have made fair terms with Archibald de Hagenbach, and even if he is the avaricious extortioner you describe him, he will be somewhat moderate with me rather than run the risk of losing his booty entirely by my turning back or taking another route." "You speak wisely, Sir Englishman," said the Landaman, "and I thank you for recalling my duty to my remembrance, but you must not, nevertheless, be exposed to danger. So soon as we move forward, the country will be again open to the devastations of the Burgundian riders and lanzknechts, who will sweep the roads in every direction. The people of Bale are unhappily too timorous to protect you. They would yield you up upon the governor's first hint, and for justice or lenity you might as well expect it in hell as from Hagenbach. There are conjurations, it is said, that can make hell itself tremble," said Philipson, "and I have means to propitiate even this de Hagenbach, providing I can get to private speech with him. But I own I can expect nothing from his wild riders but to be put to death for the value of my cloak." "If that be the case," said the Landaman, "and if you must needs separate from us, for which I deny not that you have alleged wise and worthy reasons, wherefore should you not leave Graf's Lust 2 hours before us? The roads will be safe, as our escort is expected, and you will probably, if you travel early, find de Hagenbach sober, and as capable as he ever is of hearing reason, that is, of perceiving his own interest. But after his breakfast is washed down with Rhine wine, which he drinks every morning before he hears mass, his fury blinds even his avarice. All I want in order to execute this scheme," said Philipson, "is the loan of a mule to carry my valise, which is packed up with your baggage." "Take the she mule," said the Landaman. "She belongs to my brother here from Schwitz. He will gladly bestow her on thee." "If she were worth 20 crowns, and my comrade Arnold desired me to do so," said the old Whitebeard. "I will accept her as a loan, with gratitude," said the Englishman. "But how can you dispense with the use of the creature? You have only one left." "We can easily supply our want from Bale," said the Landaman. "Nay, we can make this little delay serve your purpose, Sir Englishman. I named for our time of departure the first hour after daybreak. We will postpone it to the second hour, which will give us enough time to get a horse or mule, and you, Sir Philipson, space to reach La Ferret, where I trust you will have achieved your business with de Hagenbach to your contentment, and will join company again with us as we travel through Burgundy. If our mutual objects will permit our travelling together, worthy Landaman," answered the merchant, "I shall esteem myself most happy in becoming the partner of your journey. and now resume the repose which I have interrupted." "God bless you, wise and true-hearted man," said the Landaman, rising and embracing the Englishman. "Should we never meet again, I will still remember the merchant who neglected thoughts of gain, that he might keep the path of wisdom and rectitude. I know not another who would not have risked the shedding a lake of blood to save 5 ounces of gold. Farewell thou too, gallant young man. Thou hast learned among us to keep thy foot firm while on the edge of a Helvetian crag, but none can teach thee so well as thy father to keep an upright path among the morasses and precipices of human life." He then embraced and took a kind farewell of his friends, in which, as usual, he was imitated by his friend of Schwitz, who swept with his long beard the right and left cheeks of both the Englishmen, and again made them heartily welcome to the use of his mule. All then once more composed themselves to rest for the space which remained before the appearance of the autumnal dawn. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Anne of Geierstein by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The enmity and discord which of late sprung from the rancorous outrage of your dupe to merchants, our well-dealing countrymen, who, wanting guilders to redeem their lives, have sealed his rigorous statutes with their bloods, excludes all pity from our threatening looks. Comedy of Errors. The dawn had scarce begun to touch the distant horizon when Arthur Phillipson was on foot to prepare for his father's departure and his own, which, as arranged on the preceding night, was to take place 2 hours before the Landaman and his attendants proposed to leave the ruinous castle of Graf's Lust. It was no difficult matter for him to separate the neatly arranged packages which contained his father's effects from the clumsy bundles in which the baggage of the Swiss was deposited. The one set of mails was made up with the neatness of men accustomed to long and perilous journeys, the other with the rude carelessness of those who rarely left their home, and who were altogether inexperienced. A servant of the Landaman assisted Arthur in this task, and in placing his father's baggage on the mule belonging to the bearded deputy from Switz. From this man also he received instructions concerning the road from Graf's Lust to Brissac, the chief citadel of La Ferret, which was too plain and direct to render it likely that they should incur any risk of losing their way, as had befallen them when travelling on the Swiss mountains. Everything being now prepared for their departure, the young Englishman awakened his father and acquainted him that all was ready. He then retired towards the chimney, while his father, according to his daily custom, repeated the prayer of Saint Julian, the patron of travellers, and adjusted his dress for the journey. It will not be wondered at that, while the father went through his devotions and equipped himself for travel, Arthur, with his heart full of what he had seen of Anne of Geierstein for some time before, and his brain dizzy with the recollection of the incidents of the preceding night, should have kept his eyes riveted on the door of the sleeping apartment at which he had last seen that young person disappear. That is, unless the pale and seemingly fantastic form which had twice crossed him so strangely should prove no wandering spirit of the elements, but the living substance of the person whose appearance it bore. So eager was his curiosity on this subject that he strained his eyes to the utmost, as if it had been possible for them to have penetrated through wood and walls into the chamber of the slumbering maiden, in order to discover whether her eye or cheek bore any mark that she had last night been a watcher or a wanderer. But that was the proof to which Rudolph appealed, he said internally, and Rudolph alone will have the opportunity of remarking the result. Who knows what advantage my communication may give him in his suit with yonder lovely creature, and what must she think of me, save as one light of thought and loose of tongue, to whom nothing extraordinary can chance, but he must hasten to babble it into the ears of those who are nearest to him at the moment. I would my tongue had been palsied ere I said a syllable to yonder proud yet wily prize-fighter. I shall never see her more, that is to be counted for certain. I shall never know the true interpretation of those mysteries which hang around her. But to think I may have prated something tending to throw her into the power of yonder ferocious boar will be a subject of remorse to me while I live. Here he was startled out of his reverie by the voice of his father. Why, how now, boy? Art thou waking, Arthur, or sleeping on thy feet from the fatigue of last night's service? Not so, my father, answered Arthur, at once recollecting himself. Somewhat drowsy, perhaps, but the fresh morning air will soon put that to flight. Walking with precaution through the group of sleepers who lay around, the elder Philipson, when they had gained the door of the apartment, turned back, and looking on the straw couch which the large form of the landman and the silvery beard of his constant companion, touched by the earliest beams of light, distinguished as that of Arnold Biederman, he muttered between his lips an involuntary adieu. Farewell, mirror of ancient faith and integrity. Farewell, noble Arnold. Farewell, soul of truth and candor, to whom cowardice, selfishness, and falsehood are alike unknown. And farewell, thought his son, to the loveliest and most candid, yet most mysterious of maidens. But the adieu, as may well be believed, was not, like that of his father, expressed in words. They were soon after on the outside of the gate. The Swiss domestic was liberally recompensed and charged with 1,000 kind words of farewell and of remembrance to the landman from his English guests, mingled with hopes and wishes that they might soon meet again in the Burgundian territory. The young man then took the bridle of the mule and led the animal forward on their journey at an easy pace, his father walking by his side. After a silence of some minutes, the elder Philipson addressed Arthur. I fear me, he said, we shall see the worthy landman no more. The youths who attend him are bent upon taking offence. The Duke of Burgundy will not fail, I fear, to give them ample occasion, and the peace which the excellent man desires for the land of his fathers will be shipwrecked ere they reach the Duke's presence. Though even were it otherwise, how the proudest prince in Europe will brook the moody looks of burgesses and peasants, so will Charles of Burgundy term the friends we have parted from, is a question too easily answered. A war fatal to the interests of all concerned, save Louis of France, will certainly take place, and dreadful must be the contest if the ranks of the Burgundian chivalry shall encounter those iron sons of the mountains.
before whom so many of the Austrian nobility have been repeatedly prostrated. I am so much convinced of the truth of what you say, my father, replied Arthur, that I judge even this day will not pass over without a breach of truce. I have already put on my shirt of mail in case we should meet bad company betwixt Grafslust and Brissac, and I would to heaven that you would observe this same precaution. It will not delay our journey, and I confess to you that I, at least, will travel with much greater consciousness of safety should you do so. I understand you, my son, replied the elder Philipson, but I am a peaceful traveller in the Duke of Burgundy's territories, and must not willingly suppose that, while under the shadow of his banner, I must guard myself against banditti, as if I were in the wilds of Palestine. As for the authority of his officers and the extent of their exactions, I need not tell you that they are, in our circumstances, things to be submitted to without grief or grudging. Leaving the two travellers to journey towards Brissac at their leisure, I must transport my readers to the eastern gate of that small town, which, situated on an eminence, had a commanding prospect on every side, but especially towards Bale. It did not properly make a part of the dominions of the Duke of Burgundy, but had been placed in his hands in pawn or in pledge for the repayment of a considerable sum of money due to Charles by the Emperor Sigismund of Austria, to whom the seigneury of the place belonged in property, but the town lay so conveniently for distressing the commerce of the Swiss and inflicting on that people, whom he at once hated and despised, similar marks of his malevolence, as to encourage a general opinion that the Duke of Burgundy, the implacable and unreasonable enemy of these mountaineers, would never listen to any terms of redemption, however equitable or advantageous, which might have the effect of restoring to the emperor an advanced post of such consequence to the gratification of his dislike as Brissac. The situation of the little town was in itself strong, but the fortifications which surrounded it were barely sufficient to repel any sudden attack, and not adequate to resist, for any length of time, a formal siege. The morning beams had shone on the spire of the church for more than an hour, when a tall, thin, elderly man, wrapped in a morning gown, over which was buckled a broad belt, supporting on the left side a sword, on the right a dagger, approached the barbican of the eastern gate. His bonnet displayed a feather, which, or the tail of a fox in lieu of it, was the emblem of gentle blood throughout all Germany, and a badge highly prized by those who had a right to wear it. The small party of soldiers who had kept watch there during the course of the preceding night, and supplied sentinels both for ward and outlook, took arms on the appearance of this individual, and drew themselves up in the form of a guard, which receives with military reverence an officer of importance. Archibald de Hagenbach's countenance, for it was the governor himself, expressed that settled peevishness and ill temper which characterized the morning hours of a valetudinary debauchee. His head throbbed, his pulse was feverish, and his cheek was pale, symptoms of his having spent the last night, as was his usual custom, amid wine stoups and flagons. Judging from the haste with which his soldiers fell into their ranks, and the awe and silence which reigned among them, it appeared that they were accustomed to expect and dread his ill humour on such occasions. He glanced at them accordingly, an inquisitive and dissatisfied look, as if he sought something on which to vent his peevishness, and then asked for the loitering dog, Killian. Killian presently made his appearance, a stout, hard-favoured man-at-arms, a Bavarian by birth and by rank, the personal squire of the governor. "What news of the Swiss churls, Killian?" demanded Archibald de Hagenbach. They should, by their thrifty habits, have been on the road 2 hours since. Have the peasant clods presumed to ape the manners of gentlemen, and stuck by the flask till cock-crow? "By my faith, it may well be," answered Killian. "The burghers of Bale gave them full means of carousal." "How, Killian? They dared not offer hospitality to the Swiss drove of bullocks after the charge we sent them to the contrary." "Nay, the bailies received them not into the town," replied the squire, "but I learned by sure espial that they afforded them means of quartering at Graf's Lust, which was furnished with many a fair gammon and pastry, to speak not of flasks of Rhine wine, barrels of beer, and stoups of strong waters." "The bailies shall answer this, Killian," said the governor. "Do they think I am for ever to be thrusting myself between the Duke and his pleasure on their behalf? The fat porkers have presumed too much since we accepted some trifling gifts at their hands, more for gracing of them than for any advantage we could make of their paltry donations. Was it not the wine from Bale, which we were obliged to drink out in pint goblets, lest it should become sour before morning?" "It was drunk out, and in pint goblets too," said Killian. "So much I can well remember." "Why, go to then," said the governor. "They shall know, these beasts of Bale, that I hold myself no way obliged by such donations as these, and that my remembrance of the wines which I carouse rests no longer than the headache which the mixtures they drugged me with never fail of late years to leave behind for the next morning's pastime." "Your Excellency," replied the squire, "will make it then a quarrel between the Duke of Burgundy and the city of Bale, that they gave this indirect degree of comfort and assistance to the Swiss deputation?" "Ay, marry will I," said de Hagenbach, "unless there be wise men among them, who shall show me good reasons for protecting them. Oh, the bailies do not know our noble Duke, nor the gift he hath for chastising the gutter-blooded citizens of a free town. Thou canst tell them, Killian, as well as any man, how he dealt with the villains of Liege, when they would needs be pragmatical." "I will apprise them of the matter," said Killian, "when opportunity shall serve, and I trust I shall find them in a temper disposed to cultivate your honourable friendship." "Nay, if it is the same to them, it is quite indifferent to me, Killian," continued the governor, "but methinks whole and sound throats are worth some purchase, were it only to swallow black puddings and Schwartz beer, to say nothing of Westphalian hams and Nierensteiner. I say a slashed throat is a useless thing, Killian. I will make the fat citizens to understand their danger and the necessity of making interest," answered Killian. "Sure I am not now to learn how to turn the ball into your Excellency's lap." "You speak well," said Sir Archibald, "but how chanced it thou hast so little to say to the Switzers' leaguer? I should have thought an old trooper like thee would have made their pinions flutter amidst the good cheer thou tellest me of. I might as well have annoyed an angry hedgehog with my bare finger, said Killian. I surveyed Graf's Lust myself. There were sentinels on the castle walls, a sentinel on the bridge, besides a regular patrol of these Swiss fellows who kept strict watch, so that there was nothing to be done. Otherwise, knowing your Excellency's ancient quarrel, I would have had a hit at them, when they should never have known who hurt them. I will tell you, however, fairly, that these churls are acquiring better knowledge in the art of war than the best Ritter knight. Well, they will be the better worth the looking after when they arrive, said de Hagenbach. They come forth in state, doubtless, with all their finery, their wives' chains of silver, their own medals, and rings of lead and copper. Ah, the base hinds! They are unworthy that a man of noble blood should ease them of their trash. There is better wear among them, if my intelligence hath not deceived me, replied Killian. There are merchants. Pshaw! The pack-horses of Bern and Soleure, said the governor, with their paltry lumber, cloth too coarse to make covers for horses of any breeding, and linen that is more like haircloth than any composition of flax. I will strip them, however, were it but to vex the knaves. What? Not content with claiming to be treated like an independent people, and sending forth deputies and embassies, forsooth, they expect, I warrant, to make the indemnities of ambassadors cover the introduction of a cargo of their contraband commodities, and thus insult the noble Duke of Burgundy, and cheat him at the same time. But de Hagenbach is neither knight nor gentleman, if he allow them to pass unchallenged. And they are better worth being stopped, said Killian, than your Excellency supposes, for they have English merchants along with them, and under their protection. English merchants, exclaimed de Hagenbach, his eyes sparkling with joy. English merchants, Killian. Men talk of Cathay and Ind, where there are mines of silver and gold and diamonds, but on the faith of a gentleman, I believe these brutish islanders have the caves of treasure wholly within their own foggy land, and then the variety of their rich merchandise. Ha, Killian, is it a long train of mules, a jolly tinkling team? By Our Lady's glove, the sound of it is already jingling in my ears more musically than all the harps of all the mine-singers at Heilbronn. Nay, my lord, there is no great train, replied the squire, only 2 men, as I am given to understand, with scarce so much baggage as loads a mule. But it is said of infinite value, silk and samite, lace and furs, pearls and jewelry work, perfumes from the East, and gold work from Venice. Raptures and paradise, say not a word more, exclaimed the rapacious knight of Hagenbach. They are all our own, Killian. Why, these are the very men I have dreamed of twice a week for this month past. 2 men of middle stature, or somewhat under it, with smooth, round, fair, comely visages, having stomachs as plump as partridges, and purses as plump as their stomachs. Ha! What sayest thou to my dream, Killian? Only that, to be quite soothfast, answered the squire, it should have included the presence of a score or thereabouts of sturdy young giants, as ever climbed cliff, or carried bolt to whistle at a chamois, a lusty plump of clubs, bills, and partisans, such as make shields crack like oaken cakes, and helmets ring like church bells. The better, knave, the better, exclaimed the governor, rubbing his hands. English peddlers to plunder, Swiss bullies to beat into submission. I wot well we can have nothing of the Helvetian swine, save their beastly bristles. It is likely they bring these 2 island sheep along with them. But we must get ready our boar spears and clear the clipping pens for exercise of our craft. Here, Lieutenant Schonfeld." An officer stepped forth. "How many men are here on duty?" "About 60, replied the officer. 20 out on parties in different directions, and there may be 40 or 50 in their quarters. Order them all under arms instantly. Hark ye, not by trumpet or bugle, but by warning them individually in their quarters to draw to arms as quietly as possible, and rendezvous here at the eastern gate. Tell the villains there is booty to be gained, and they shall have their share." "On these terms," said Schonfeld, "they will walk over a spider's web without startling the insect that wove it. I will collect them without loss of an instant. I tell thee, Killian," continued the exulting commandant, again speaking apart with his confidential attendant, "nothing could come so luckily as the chance of this onslaught. Duke Charles desires to affront the Swiss. Not, look you, that he cares to act towards them by his own direct orders, in such a manner as might be termed a breach of public faith towards a peaceful embassy. But the gallant follower who shall save his prince the scandal of such an affair, and whose actions may be termed a mistake or misapprehension, shall, I warrant you, be accounted to have done knightly service. Perchance a frown may be passed upon him in public, but in private the Duke will know how to esteem him. Why standest thou so silent, man? And what ails thy ugly, ill-looking aspect? Thou art not afraid of 20 Switzer boys, and we at the head of such a band of spears?" "The Swiss," answered Killian, "will give and take good blows, yet I have no fear of them. But I like not that we should trust too much to Duke Charles. That he would be, in the first instance, pleased with any dishonour done the Swiss is likely enough, but if, as your Excellency hints, he finds it afterwards convenient to disown the action, he is a prince likely to give a lively colour to his disavowal by hanging up the actors." "Pshaw!" said the commandant, "I know where I stand. Such a trick were like enough to be played by Louis of France, but it is foreign to the blunt character of our bold one of Burgundy. Why the devil standest thou still, man, simpering like an ape at a roasted chestnut, which he thinks too warm for his fingers?" "Your Excellency is wise as well as warlike," said the esquire, "and it is not for me to contest your pleasure. But this peaceful embassy, these English merchants, if Charles goes to war with Louis, as the rumour is current, what he should most of all desire is the neutrality of Switzerland and the assistance of England, whose king is crossing the sea with a great army. Now you, Sir Archibald of Hagenbach, may well do that in the course of this very morning, which will put the confederated cantons in arms against Charles, and turn the English from allies into enemies." "I care not," said the commandant. "I know the Duke's humour well, and if he, the master of so many provinces, is willing to risk them in a self-willed frolic, what is it to Archibald de Hagenbach, who has not a foot of land to lose in the cause? But you have life, my lord," said the esquire. "Ay, life," replied the knight, "a paltry right to exist, which I have been ready to stake every day of my life for dollars, ay, and for kreutzers, and think you I will hesitate to pledge it for broad pieces, jewels of the East, and goldsmith's work of Venice? No, Killian, These English must be eased of their bales, that Archibald de Hagenbach may drink a purer flask than their thin Moselle, and wear a brocade doublet instead of greasy velvet. Nor is it less necessary that Killian should have a seemly new jerkin, and a purse of ducats to jingle at his girdle. By my faith, said Killian, that last argument hath disarmed my scruples, and I give up the point, since it ill befits me to dispute with your excellency. To the work, then, said his leader. But stay, we must first take the church along with us. The priest of St. Paul's hath been moody of late, and spread abroad strange things from the pulpit, as if we were little better than common pillagers and robbers. Nay, he hath had the insolence to warn me, as he termed it, twice, in strange form. It were well to break the growling mastiff's bald head, but since that might be ill taken by the Duke, the next point of wisdom is to fling him a bone. He may be a dangerous enemy, said the squire dubiously. His power is great with the people. Tush, replied Hagenbach, I know how to disarm the shaveling. Send to him and tell him to come hither to speak with me. Meanwhile, have all our force under arms. Let the barbican and barrier be well manned with archers. Station spearmen in the houses on each hand of the gateway, and let the street be barricaded with carts, well bound together, but placed as if they had been there by accident. Place a body of determined fellows in these carts and behind them. So soon as the merchants and their mules enter, for that is the main point, up with your drawbridge, down with the portcullis, send a volley of arrows among those who are without, if they make any scuffle. Disarm and secure those who have entered and are cooped up between the barricade before and the ambush behind and around them. And then, Killian, and then, said his esquire, shall we, like merry free companions, be knuckle-deep in the English budgets. And like jovial hunters, replied the knight, elbow-deep in Swiss blood. The game will stand at bay, though, answered Killian. They are led by that Donnerhugel, whom we have heard of, whom they call the young bear of Bern. They will turn to their defence. The better man, wouldst thou kill sheep rather than hunt wolves? Besides, our toils are set, and the whole garrison shall assist. Shame on thee, Killian, thou wert not wont to have so many scruples. Nor have I now, said Killian, but these Swiss bills and two-handed swords of the breadth of 4 inches are no child's play. And then, if you call all our garrison to the attack, to whom will your excellency entrust the defence of the other gates and the circuit of the walls? Lock, bolt, and chain up the gates, replied the governor, and bring the keys hither. There shall no one leave the place till this affair is over. Let some score of the citizens take arms for the duty of guarding the walls, and look they discharge it well, or I will lay a fine on them, which they shall discharge to purpose. They will grumble, said Killian. They say that not being the Duke's subjects, though the place is impledged to his grace, they are not liable to military service. They lie, the cowardly slaves, answered de Hagenbach. If I have not employed them much hitherto, it is because I scorn their assistance, nor would I now use their help, were it for anything save to keep a watch, by looking out straight before them. Let them obey, as they respect their property, persons, and families. A deep voice behind them repeated the emphatic language of Scripture. I have seen the wicked man flourish in his power, even like unto a laurel. But I returned, and he was not. Yea, I sought him, but he was not to be found. Sir Archibald de Hagenbach turned sternly and encountered the dark and ominous looks of the priest of St. Paul's, dressed in the vestments of his order. "We are busy, Father," said the governor, "and will hear your preachment another time." "I come by your summons, Sir Governor," said the priest, "or I had not intruded myself where I well knew my preachments, if you term them so, will do no good." "Oh, I crave your mercy, Reverend Father," said de Hagenbach. "Yes, it is true that I did send for you, to desire your prayers and kind intercession with Our Lady and St. Paul in some transactions which are likely to occur this morning, and in which, as the Lombard says, I do espy roba di guadagno." "Sir Archibald," answered the priest calmly, "I well hope and trust that you do not forget the nature of the glorified saints so far as to ask them for their blessing upon such exploits as you have been too oft engaged in since your arrival amongst us, an event which of itself gave token of the divine anger. Nay, let me say, humble as I am, that decency to a servant of the altar should check you from proposing to me to put up prayers for the success of pillage and robbery." "I understand you, Father," said the rapacious governor, "and you shall see I do. While you are the Duke's subject, you must, by your office, put up your prayers for his success in matters that are fairly managed. You acknowledge this with a graceful bend of your reverend head? Well, then, I will be as reasonable as you are. Say, we desire the intercession of the good saints, and of you, their pious orator, in something a little out of the ordinary path, and, if you will, somewhat of a doubtful complexion. Are we entitled to ask you or them for their pains and trouble without a just consideration? Surely no. Therefore I vow and solemnly promise that if I have good fortune in this morning's adventure, St. Paul shall have an altar cloth and a basin of silver, large or little, as my booty will permit. Our Lady, a web of satin for a full suit, with a necklace of pearl for holidays, and thou, priest, some 20 pieces of broad English gold, for acting as go-between betwixt ourselves and the blessed apostles, whom we acknowledge ourselves unworthy to negotiate with in our profane person. And now, Sir Priest, do we understand each other? For I have little time to lose. I know you have hard thoughts of me, but you see, the devil is not quite so horrible as he is painted." "Do we understand each other?" answered the black priest of St. Paul's, repeating the governor's question. "Alas, no, and I fear me we never shall. Hast thou never heard the words spoken by the holy hermit Berchtold of Offringen to the implacable Queen Agnes, who had revenged with such dreadful severity the assassination of her father, the Emperor Albert?" "Not I," returned the knight. "I have neither studied the chronicles of emperors nor the legends of hermits, and therefore, Sir Priest, and you like not my proposal, let us have no further words on the matter. I am unwont to press my favours, or to deal with priests who require entreaty when gifts are held out to them." "Hear yet the words of the holy man," said the priest. "The time may come, and that shortly, when you would gladly desire to hear what you scornfully reject." "Speak on, but be brief," said Archibald de Hagenbach, "and know, though thou mayest terrify or cajole the multitude, thou now speakest to one whose resolution is fixed far beyond the power of thy eloquence to melt. "Know then," said the priest of St. Paul's, "that Agnes, daughter of the murdered Albert, after shedding oceans of blood in avenging his bloody death, founded at length the rich abbey of Königsfeld, and that it might have a superior claim to renowned sanctity, made a pilgrimage in person to the cell of the holy hermit, and besought of him to honor her abbey by taking up his residence there. But what was his reply? Mark it and tremble. 'Begone, ruthless woman,' said the holy man. 'God will not be served with blood guiltiness, and rejects the gifts which are obtained by violence and robbery. The Almighty loves mercy, justice, and humanity, and by the lovers of these only will he be worshipped. And now, Archibald of Hagenbach, once, twice, thrice hast thou had warning. Live as becomes a man on whom sentence is passed, and who must expect execution.'" Having spoken these words with a menacing tone and frowning aspect, the priest of St. Paul's turned away from the governor, whose first impulse was to command him to be arrested. But when he recollected the serious consequences which attached to the laying violent hands on a priest, he suffered him to depart in peace, conscious that his own unpopularity might render any attempt to revenge himself an act of great rashness. He called, therefore, for a beaker of Burgundy, in which he swallowed down his displeasure, and had just returned to Killian the cup, which he had drained to the bottom, when the warden winded a blast from the watchtower, which betokened the arrival of strangers at the gate of the city. End of chapter 13.
Chapter 14 of Anne of Geierstein by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. I will resist such entertainment till my enemy has more power. The Tempest. "That blast was but feebly blown," said de Hagenbach, ascending to the ramparts, from which he could see what passed on the outside of the gate. "Who approaches, Killian?" The trusty squire was hastening to meet him with the news. "Two men with a mule, an it please your Excellency, and merchants, I presume them to be." "Merchants? 'Sdeath, villain! Pedlars, you mean. Heard ever man of English merchants tramping it on foot, with no more baggage than one mule can manage to carry? They must be beggarly Bohemians, or those whom the French people call Escossaise. The knaves, they shall pay with the pining of their paunches for the poverty of their purses." "Do not be too hasty, and please your Excellency," quoth the squire. "Small budgets hold rich goods, but rich or poor, they are our men, at least they have all the marks. The elder, well-sized and dark-visaged, may write 55 years, a beard somewhat grizzled. The younger, some 22, taller than the first, and a well-favoured lad, with a smooth chin and light brown moustaches." "Let them be admitted," said the governor, turning back in order again to descend to the street, "and bring them into the Folterkammer of the toll-house." So saying, he betook himself to the place appointed, which was an apartment in the large tower that protected the eastern gateway, in which were deposited the rack with various other instruments of torture, which the cruel and rapacious governor was in the habit of applying to such prisoners from whom he was desirous of extorting either booty or information. He entered the apartment which was dimly lighted, and had a lofty Gothic roof which could be but imperfectly seen, while nooses and cords hanging down from thence announced a fearful connection with various implements of rusted iron that hung around the walls or lay scattered on the floor. A faint stream of light through one of the numerous and narrow slits or shot holes with which the walls were garnished fell directly upon the person and visage of a tall, swarthy man, seated in what, but for the partial illumination, would have been an obscure corner of this evil-boding apartment. His features were regular and even handsome, but of a character peculiarly stern and sinister. This person's dress was a cloak of scarlet. His head was bare, and surrounded by shaggy locks of black, which time had partly grizzled. He was busily employed in furbishing and burnishing a broad two-handed sword of a peculiar shape, and considerably shorter than the weapons of that kind which we have described as used by the Swiss. He was so deeply engaged in his task that he started as the heavy door opened with a jarring noise, and the sword, escaping from his hold, rolled on the stone floor with a heavy clash. "Ha, Scharfgerichter," said the knight, as he entered the Folterkammer, "thou art preparing for thy duty?" "It would ill become your Excellency's servant," answered the man in a harsh, deep tone, "to be found idle. But the prisoner is not far off, as I can judge by the fall of my sword, which infallibly announces the presence of him who shall feel its edge." "The prisoners are at hand, Francis," replied the governor, "but thy omen has deceived thee for once. They are fellows for whom a good rope will suffice, and thy sword drinks only noble blood." "The worse for Francis Steinernherz," replied the official in scarlet. "I trusted that your Excellency, who have ever been a bountiful patron, should this day have made me noble." "Noble!" said the governor. "Thou art mad. Thou noble! The common executioner! And wherefore not, Sir Archibald de Hagenbach? I think the name of Francis Sternernherz von Blutacker will suit nobility, being fairly and legally one, as well as another. Nay, do not stare on me thus. If one of my profession shall do his grim office on 9 men of noble birth with the same weapon, and with a single blow to each patient, hath he not a right to his freedom from taxes, and his nobility by patent?" "So says the law," said Sir Archibald, after reflecting for a moment, "but rather more in scorn than seriously, I should judge, since no one was ever known to claim the benefit of it." "The prouder boast for him," said the functionary, "that shall be the first to demand the honours due to a sharp sword and a clean stroke. I, Francis Steinernherz, will be the first noble of my profession when I shall have dispatched one more knight of the empire. Thou hast been ever in my service, hast thou not?" demanded de Hagenbach. "Under what other master," replied the executioner, "could I have enjoyed such constant practice? I have executed your decrees on condemned sinners since I could swing a scourge, lift a crowbar, or wield this trusty weapon, and who can say I ever failed of my first blow, or needed to deal a second? Tristram of the hospital and his famous assistants, Petit Andre and Troy Escalez, are novices compared with me in the use of the noble and knightly sword. Marry, I should be ashamed to match myself with them in the field practice with bowstring and dagger. These are no feats worthy of a Christian man who would rise to honour and nobility. Thou art a fellow of excellent address, and I do not deny it, replied de Hagenbach, but it cannot be, I trust it cannot be, that when noble blood is becoming scarce in the land, and proud churls are lording it over knights and barons, I myself should have caused so much to be spilled. I will number the patients to your Excellency by name and title, said Francis, drawing out a scroll of parchment and reading it with a commentary as he went on. There was Count William of Elvershew. He was my assay piece, a sweet youth, and died most like a Christian. I remember he was indeed a most smart youth, and courted my mistress, said Sir Archibald. He died on St. Jude's in the year of grace 1455, said the executioner. Go on, but name no dates, said the governor. Sir Miles of Stockenborg. He drove off my cattle, observed his Excellency. Sir Lewis of Reisenfeld, continued the executioner. He made love to my wife, commented the governor. The 3 Jungherren of Lammerborg, you made their father the count childless in one day. And he made me landless, said Sir Archibald, so that account is settled. Thou needest read no further, he continued. I admit thy record, though it is written in letters somewhat of the reddest. I had counted these 3 young gentlemen as one execution. You did me the greater wrong, said Francis. They cost 3 good separate blows of this good sword. Be it so, and God be with their souls, said Hagenbach. But thy ambition must go to sleep for a while. Scharf Gerichter. For the stuff that came hither today is for dungeon and cord, or perhaps a touch of the rack or strappado. There is no honour to win on them. The worse luck mine, said the executioner. I had dreamed so surely that your honour had made me noble, and then the fall of my sword. Take a bowl of wine and forget your auguries. With your honour's permission, no, said the executioner. To drink before noon were to endanger the nicety of my hand. Be silent then, and mind your duty, said de Hagenbach. Francis took up his sheathless sword, wiped the dust reverently from it, and withdrew into a corner of the chamber, where he stood leaning with his hands on the pommel of the fatal weapon. Almost immediately afterwards, Killian entered at the head of 5 or 6 soldiers, conducting the 2 Philipsons, whose arms were tied down with cords. Approach me a chair, said the governor, and took his place gravely beside a table on which stood writing materials. Who are these men, Killian, and wherefore are they bound? So please your Excellency, said Killian, with a deep respect of manner, which entirely differed from the tone, approaching to familiarity, with which he communicated with his master in private. We thought it well that these 2 strangers should not appear armed in your gracious presence, and when we required of them to surrender their weapons at the gate, as is the custom of the garrison, this young gallant must needs offer resistance. I admit he gave up his weapon at his father's command. It is false, exclaimed young Philipson, but his father making a sign to him to be silent, he obeyed instantly. Noble sir, said the elder Philipson, We are strangers and unacquainted with the rules of this citadel. We are Englishmen and unaccustomed to submit to personal mishandling. We trust you will have excuse for us when we found ourselves without any explanation of the cause, rudely seized on by we knew not whom. My son, who is young and unthinking, did partly draw his weapon, but desisted at my command, without having altogether unsheathed his sword, far less made a blow. For myself, I am a merchant, accustomed to submit to the laws and customs of the countries in which I traffic. I am in the territories of the Duke of Burgundy, and I know his laws and customs must be just and equitable. He is the powerful and faithful ally of England, and I fear nothing while under his banner." "Hem, hem," replied de Hagenbach, a little disconcerted by the Englishman's composure, and perhaps recollecting that, unless his passions were awakened, as in the case of the Swiss whom he detested, Charles of Burgundy deserved the character of a just though severe prince. Fair words are well, but hardly make amends for foul actions. You have drawn swords in riot and opposition to the Duke's soldiers, when obeying the mandates which regulate their watch. "Surely, sir," answered Philipson, "this is a severe construction of a most natural action. But, in a word, if you are disposed to be rigorous, the simple action of drawing or attempting to draw a sword in a garrisoned town is only punishable by pecuniary fine, and such we must pay, if it be your will. Now here is a silly sheep," said Killian to the executioner, beside whom he had stationed himself, somewhat apart from the group, "who voluntarily offers his own fleece to the clipper." "It will scarcely serve as a ransom for his throat, Sir Squire," answered Francis Steinernhurst. "For, look you, I dreamed last night that our master made me noble, and I knew by the fall of my sword that this is the man by whom I am to mount to gentility. I must this very day deal on him with my good sword." "Why, thou ambitious fool," said the esquire, "this is no noble, but an island pedlar, a mere English citizen." "Thou art deceived," said the executioner, "and hast never looked on men when they are about to die?" "Have I not?" said the squire. "Have I not looked on 5 pitched fields, besides skirmishes and ambuscades innumerable?" "That tries not the courage," said the Schwarfgerichter. "All men will fight when pitched against each other. So will the most paltry curs, so will the dunghill fowls. But he is brave and noble who can look on a scaffold and a block, a priest to give him absolution, and the headsman and good sword which is to mow him down in his strength, as he would look upon things indifferent. And such a man is that whom we now behold." "Yes," answered Killian, "but that man looks not on such an apparatus. He only sees our illustrious patron, Sir Archibald de Hagenbach." "And he who looks upon Sir Archibald," said the executioner, "being as yonder man assuredly is, a person of sense and apprehension, looks he not upon sword and headsman? Assuredly that prisoner apprehends as much, and being so composed as he is under such conviction, it shows him to be a nobleman by blood, or may I myself never win nobility." "Our master will come to compromise with him, I judge," replied Killian. "He looks smilingly on him." "Never trust to me then," said the man in scarlet, there is a glance in Sir Archibald's eye which betokens blood, as surely as the dog's star bodes pestilence. While these dependents of Sir Archibald de Hagenbach were thus conversing apart, their master had engaged the prisoners in a long train of captious interrogatories concerning their business in Switzerland, their connection with the Landamen, and the cause of their travelling into Burgundy, to all which the senior Philipson gave direct and plain answers, excepting to the last. He was going, he said, into Burgundy for the purpose of his traffic. His wares were at the disposal of the governor, who might detain all or any part of them, as he might be disposed to make himself answerable to his master. But his business with the Duke was of a private nature, respecting some particular matters of commerce, in which others as well as he himself were interested. To the Duke alone, he declared, would he communicate the affair, and he pressed it strongly on the governor that if he should sustain any damage in his own person or that of his son, the Duke's severe displeasure would be the inevitable consequence. De Hagenbach was evidently much embarrassed by the steady tone of his prisoner, and more than once held counsel with the bottle, his never-failing oracle in cases of extreme difficulty. Philipson had readily surrendered to the governor a list or invoice of his merchandise, which was of so inviting a character that Sir Archibald absolutely gloated over it. After remaining in deep meditation for some time, he raised his head and spoke thus: "You must be well aware, Sir Merchant, that it is the Duke's pleasure that no Swiss merchandise shall pass through his territories, and that, nevertheless, you having been, by your own account, some time in that country, and having also accompanied a body of men calling themselves Swiss deputies, I am authorized to believe that these valuable articles are rather the property of those persons than of a single individual of so poor an appearance as yourself, and that should I demand pecuniary satisfaction, 300 pieces of gold would not be an extravagant fine for so bold a practice, and you might wander where you will with the rest of your wares, so you bring them not into Burgundy. But it is to Burgundy and to the Duke's presence that I am expressly bound," said the Englishman. "If I go not thither, my journey is wrecked, and the Duke's displeasure is certain to light on those who may molest me. For I make your Excellency aware that your gracious Prince already knows of my journey, and will make strict inquiry where and by whom I have been intercepted." Again the governor was silent, endeavouring to decide how he might best reconcile the gratification of his rapacity with precaution for his safety. After a few minutes' consideration, he again addressed his prisoner. "Thou art very positive in thy tale, my good friend, but my orders are equally so to exclude merchandise coming from Switzerland. What if I put thy mule and baggage under arrest? I cannot withstand your power, my lord, to do what you will. I will, in that case, go to the Duke's footstool and do my errand there." "Ay, and my errand also," answered the governor. "That is, thou wilt carry thy complaint to the Duke against the governor of La Ferret for executing his orders too strictly?" "On my life and honest word," answered the Englishman, "I will make no complaint. Leave me but my ready money, without which I can hardly travel to the Duke's court, and I will look no more after these goods and wares than the stag looks after the antlers which he shed last year." Again the governor of La Fayette looked doubtful, and shook his head. "Men in such a case as yours," he said, "cannot be trusted, nor, to say the truth, is it reasonable to expect they should be trustworthy. These same wares, designed for the Duke's private hand, in what do they consist?" "They are under seal," replied the Englishman. "They are of rare value, doubtless?" continued the governor. "I cannot tell," answered the elder Philipson. "I know the Duke sets great store by them, but your Excellency knows that great princes sometimes place a high value on trifles." "Bear you them about you?" said the governor. "Take heed how you answer. Look around you on these engines, which can bring a dumb man to speak, and consider I have the power to employ them." "And I the courage to support their worst infliction," answered Philipson, with the same impenetrable coolness which he had maintained throughout the whole conference. "Remember also," said Hagenbach, "that I can have your person searched as thoroughly as your mails and budgets. I do remember that I am wholly in thy power, and that I may leave thee no excuse for employing force on a peaceful traveller. I will own to you," said Philipson, "that I have the Duke's packet in the bosom of my doublet." "Bring it forth," answered the governor. "My hands are tied, both in honour and literally," said the Englishman. "Pluck it from his bosom, Killian," said Sir Archibald. "Let us see this gear he talks of." "Could resistance avail," replied the stout merchant, "you should pluck forth my heart first. But I pray all who are present to observe that the seals are every one whole and unbroken at this moment, when it is forcibly taken from my person." As he spoke thus, he looked around on the soldiers, whose presence de Hagenbach had perhaps forgotten. "How, dog!" said Sir Archibald, giving way to his passion. "Would you stir up mutiny among my men-at-arms? Killian, let the soldiers wait without." So saying, he hastily placed under cover of his own robe the small but remarkably well secured packet, which Killian had taken from the merchant's person. The soldiers withdrew, lingering, however, and looking back, like children brought away from a show before its final conclusion. "So, fellow," again began de Hagenbach, "we are now more private. Wilt thou deal more on the level with me, and tell me what this packet is, and whence it comes? Could all your garrison be crowded into this room, I can only answer as before. The contents I do not precisely know. The person by whom it was sent I am determined not to name." "Perhaps your son," said the governor, "may be more compliant." "He cannot tell you that of which he is himself ignorant," answered the merchant. "Perchance the rack may make you both find your tongues, and we will try it on the young fellow first. Killian, since thou knowest, we have seen men shrink from beholding the wretched joints of their children, that would have committed their own old sinews to the stretching with much endurance." "You may make the trial," said Arthur, "and Heaven will give me strength to endure." "And me courage to behold," added his father. All this while the governor was turning and returning the little packet in his hand, curiously inspecting every fold, and regretting, doubtless in secret, that a few patches of wax placed under an envelope of crimson satin, and ligatures of twisted silk cord, should prevent his eager eyes from ascertaining the nature of the treasure which he doubted not it concealed. At length he again called in the soldiers, and delivered up the 2 prisoners to their charge, commanding that they should be kept safely and in separate holes, and that the father in particular should be most carefully looked after. "I take you all here to witness," exclaimed the elder Philipson, despising the menacing signs of de Hagenbach, "that the governor detains from me a packet addressed to his most gracious lord and master, the Duke of Burgundy." De Hagenbach actually foamed at the mouth with passion. "And should I not detain it?" he exclaimed, in a voice inarticulate with rage. "May there not be some foul practice against the life of our most gracious sovereign, by poison or otherwise, in this suspicious packet, brought by a most suspicious bearer? Have we never heard of poisons which do their work by the smell? And shall we, who keep the gate, as I may say, of his Grace of Burgundy's dominions, give access to what may rob Europe of its pride of chivalry, Burgundy of its prince, and Flanders of her father? No, away with these miscreants, soldiers, down to the lowest dungeons with them. Keep them separate, and watch them carefully. This treasonable practice has been meditated with the connivance of Berne and Soleure." Thus Sir Archibald de Hagenbach raved, with a raised voice and inflamed countenance, lashing himself as it were into passion, until the steps of the soldiers and the clash of their arms as they retired with the prisoners were no longer audible. His complexion, when these had ceased, waxed paler than was natural to him. His brow was furrowed with anxious wrinkles, and his voice became lower and more hesitating than ordinary, as turning to his esquire, he said, "Killian, we stand upon a slippery plank, with a raging torrent beneath us. What is to be done?"
"Mary, to move forward with a resolved yet prudent step," answered the crafty Killian. "It is unlucky that all these fellows should have seen the packet, and heard the appeal of yonder iron-nerved traitor. But this ill luck has befallen us, and the packet having been in your Excellency's hands, you will have all the credit of having broken the seals, for though you leave them as entire as the moment they were impressed, it will only be supposed that they have been ingeniously replaced. Let us see what are the contents before we determine what is to be done with them. They must be of rare value, since the churl merchant was well contented to leave behind all his rich mule's load of merchandise, so that this precious packet might pass unexamined. They may be papers on some political matter. Many such, and of high importance, pass secretly between Edward of England and our bold Duke." Such was the reply of de Hagenbach. "If they be papers of consequence to the Duke," answered Killian, "we can forward them to Dijon, or they may be such as Louis of France would purchase with their weight of gold." "For shame, Killian," said the knight. "Wouldst thou have me betray my master's secrets to the King of France? Sooner would I lay my head on the block." "Indeed, and yet your Excellency hesitates not to—" Here the squire stopped, apparently for fear of giving offence by affixing a name too broad and intelligible to the practices of his patron. "To plunder the Duke, thou wouldst say, thou impudent slave, and saying so, thou wouldst be as dull as thou art wont to be," answered de Hagenbach. "I partake, indeed, in the plunder which the Duke takes from aliens, and reason good. Even so the hound and the hawk have their share of the quarry they bring down. Ay, and the lion share too, unless the huntsman or falconer be all the nearer to them. Such are the perquisites of my rank, and the Duke, who placed me here for the gratification of his resentment and the bettering of my fortune, does not grudge them to a faithful servant. And indeed I may term myself, in so far as this territory of La Forêt extends, the Duke's full representative, or as it may be termed, alter ego. And thereupon I will open this packet, which, being addressed to him, is hereby equally addressed to me. Having thus in a manner talked himself up to an idea of his own high authority, he cut the strings of the packet, which he had all this while held in his hand, and undoing the outer coverings, produced a very small case made of sandalwood. The contents, he said, had need to be valuable, as they lie in so little compass. So saying, he pressed the spring, and the casket, opening, displayed a necklace of diamonds, distinguished by brilliancy and size, and apparently of extraordinary value. The eyes of the avaricious governor and his no less rapacious attendant were so dazzled with the unusual splendor that for some time they could express nothing save joy and surprise. "Ay, marry, sir," said Killian, "the obstinate old knave had reasons for his hardihood. My own joints should have stood a strain or two ere I surrendered such sparklers as these. And now, Sir Archibald, may your trusty follower ask you how this booty is to be divided between the Duke and his governor, according to the most approved rules of garrison towns. Faith, we will suppose the garrison stormed, Killian, and in a storm, thou knowest, the first finder takes all, with due consideration always of his trusty followers. As myself, for example, said Killian. I, and myself, for example, answered a voice which sounded like the echo of the esquire's words from the remote corner of the ancient apartment. "'Sdeath, we are overheard!" exclaimed the governor, starting and laying his hand on his dagger. "Only by a faithful follower, as the worthy esquire observes," said the executioner, moving slowly forward. "Villain, how didst thou dare watch me?" said Sir Archibald de Hagenbach. "Trouble not yourself for that, sir," said Killian. "Honest Deinernherds has no tongue to speak, or ear to hear, save according to your pleasure. Indeed, we must shortly have taken him into our counsels, seeing these men must be dealt upon, and that speedily." "Indeed," said de Hagenbach, "I had thought they might be spared. To tell the Duke of Burgundy how the governor of La Forêt accounts to his treasurer for the duties and forfeitures at his custom house?" demanded Killian. "'Tis true," said the knight. "Dead men have neither teeth nor tongue. They bite not, and they tell no tales. Thou wilt take order with them, Scharfgerichter." "I will, my lord," answered the executioner, "on condition that, if this must be in the way of dungeon execution, which I call cellar practice, my privilege to claim nobility shall be saved and reserved to me, and the execution shall be declared to be as effectual to my claim as it might have been if the blow had been dealt in broad daylight with my honourable blade of office." De Hagenbach stared at the executioner as not understanding what he meant, on which Killian, took occasion to explain that the Scharfgerichter was strongly impressed from the free and dauntless conduct of the elder prisoner that he was a man of noble blood, from whose decapitation he would himself derive all the advantages proposed to the headsman who should execute his function on 9 men of illustrious extraction. He may be right, said Sir Archibald, for here is a slip of parchment commending the bearer of this carcanet to the Duke, desiring him to accept it as a true token from one well known to him, and to give the bearer full credence in all that he should say on the part of those by whom he is sent. By whom is the note signed, if I may make bold to ask? Said Killian. There is no name. The Duke must be supposed to collect that information from the gems, or perhaps the handwriting, on neither of which he is likely to have a speedy opportunity of exercising his ingenuity, said Killian. De Hagenbach looked at the diamonds and smiled darkly. The Scharfgerichter, encouraged by the familiarity into which he had in a manner forced himself, returned to his plea, and insisted on the nobility of the supposed merchant. Such a trust and such a letter of unlimited credence could never, he contended, be entrusted to a man meanly born. Thou art deceived, thou fool, said the knight. Kings now use the lowest tools to do their dearest offices. Louis has set the example of putting his barber and the valets of his chamber to do the work formerly entrusted to dukes and peers, and other monarchs begin to think that it is better, in choosing their agents for important affairs, to judge rather by the quality of men's brains than that of their blood. And as for the stately look and bold bearing which distinguish yonder fellow in the eyes of cravens like thee, it belongs to his country, not his rank. Thou thinkest it is in England as in Flanders, where a city-bred burgher of Ghent, Liege, or Ypres is as distinct an animal from a knight of Hainault as a Flanders wagon horse from a Spanish jennet. But thou art deceived. England has many a merchant as haughty of heart and as prompt of hand as any noble-born son of her rich bosom. But be not dejected, thou foolish man. Do thy business well on this merchant, and we shall presently have on our hands the Landaman of Unterwalden, who, though a churl by his choice, is yet a nobleman by blood, and shall, by his well-deserved death, aid thee to get rid of the peasant slough which thou art so weary of. Were not your Excellency better adjourn these men's fate, said Killian, till you hear something of them from the Swiss prisoners, whom we shall presently have in our power? Be it as you will, said Hagenbach, waving his hand, as if putting aside some disagreeable task, but let all be finished ere I hear of it again. The stern satellites bowed obedience, and the deadly conclave broke up, their chief carefully securing the valuable gems which he was willing to purchase at the expense of treachery to the sovereign, in whose employment he had enlisted himself, as well as the blood of 2 innocent men. Yet with a weakness of mind not uncommon to great criminals, he shrank from the thoughts of his own baseness and cruelty, and endeavored to banish the feeling of dishonor from his mind by devolving the immediate execution of his villainy upon his subordinate agents. End of chapter 14.
Chapter 15 of Anne of Geierstein by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. And this place our forefathers built for man. Old play. The dungeon in which the younger Philipson was immured was one of those gloomy caverns which cry shame on the inhumanity of our ancestors. They seem to have been almost insensible to the distinction betwixt innocence and guilt, as the consequences of mere accusation must have been far more severe in those days than is in our own that species of imprisonment which is adjudged as an express punishment for crime. The cell of Arthur Philipson was of considerable length, but dark and narrow, and dug out of the solid rock upon which the tower was founded. A small lamp was allowing him, not, however, without some grumbling, but his arms were still kept bound. And when he asked for a draught of water, one of the grim satellites by whom he was thrust into this cell answered surlily that he might endure his thirst for all the time his life was likely to last, a gloomy response, which augured that his privations would continue as long as his life, yet neither be of long duration. By the dim lamp he had groped his way to a bench or rough seat cut in the rock, and as his eyes got gradually accustomed to the obscurity of the region in which he was immured, he became aware of a ghastly cleft in the floor of his dungeon, somewhat resembling the opening of a draw-well, but irregular in its aperture, and apparently the mouth of a gulf of nature's conformation, slightly assisted by the labour of human art. "Here, then, is my deathbed," he said, "and that gulf perhaps the grave which yawns for my remains. Nay, I have heard of prisoners being plunged into such horrid abysses while they were yet alive, to die at leisure, crushed with wounds, their groans unheard, and their fate unpitied." He approached his head to the dismal cavity, and heard, as at a great depth, the sound of a sullen and, as it seemed, subterranean stream. The sunless waves appeared murmuring for their victim. Death is dreadful at all ages, but in the first springtide of youth, with all the feelings of enjoyment afloat, and eager for gratification, to be snatched forcibly from the banquet to which the individual has but just sat down, is peculiarly appalling, even when the change comes in the ordinary course of nature. But to sit like young Philipson on the brink of the subterranean abyss, and ruminate in horrid doubt concerning the mode in which death was to be inflicted, was a situation which might break the spirit of the boldest, and the unfortunate captive was wholly unable to suppress the natural tears that flowed from his eyes in torrents, and which his bound arms did not permit him to wipe away. We have already noticed that, although a gallant young man in aught of danger which was to be faced and overcome by active exertion, the youth was strongly imaginative and sensitive to a powerful extent to all those exaggerations which, in a situation of helpless uncertainty, fancy lends to distract the soul of him who must passively expect an approaching evil. Yet the feelings of Arthur Philipson were not selfish. They reverted to his father, whose just and noble character was as much formed to attract veneration as his unceasing paternal care and affection to excite love and gratitude. He too was in the hands of remorseless villains, who were determined to conceal robbery by secret murder. He too, undaunted in so many dangers, resolute in so many encounters, lay bound and defenceless, exposed to the dagger of the meanest stabber. Arthur remembered too the giddy peak of the rock near Geierstein, and the grim vulture which claimed him as its prey. Here was no angel to burst through the mist and marshal him on a path of safety. Here the darkness was subterranean and eternal, saving when the captive should behold the knife of the ruffian flash against the lamp which lent him light to aim the fatal blow. This agony of mind lasted until the feelings of the unhappy prisoner arose to ecstasy. He started up, and struggled so hard to free himself of his bonds, that it seemed they should have fallen from him as from the arms of the mighty Nazarene. But the cords were of too firm a texture, and after a violent and unavailing struggle, in which the ligatures seemed to enter his flesh, the prisoner lost his balance, and while the feeling thrilled through him that he was tumbling backward into the subterranean abyss, he fell to the ground with great force. Fortunately, he escaped the danger which in his agony he apprehended, but so narrowly that his head struck against the low and broken fence with which the mouth of the horrible pit was partly surrounded. Here he lay stunned and motionless, and as the lamp was extinguished in his fall, immersed in absolute and total darkness, he was recalled to sensation by a jarring noise. "They come! They come! The murderers! O Lady of mercy, and O gracious Heaven, forgive my transgressions!" He looked up and observed with dazzled eyes that a dark form approached him, with a knife in one hand and a torch in the other. He might well have seemed the man who was to do the last deed upon the unhappy prisoner if he had come alone. But he came not alone. His torch gleamed upon the white dress of a female, which was so much illuminated by it that Arthur could discover a form, and had even a glimpse of features never to be forgotten, though now seen under circumstances least of all to be expected. The prisoner's unutterable astonishment impressed him with a degree of awe which overcame even his personal fear. "Can these things be?" was his muttered reflection. "Has she really the power of an elementary spirit? Has she conjured up this earth-like and dark demon to concur with her in my deliverance?" It appeared as if his guess were real, for the figure in black, giving the light to Anne of Geierstein, or at least the form which bore her perfect resemblance, stooped over the prisoner and cut the cord that bound his arms with so much dispatch that it seemed as if it fell from his person at a touch. Arthur's first attempt to arise was unsuccessful, and a second time it was the hand of Anne of Geierstein, a living hand, sensible to touch as to sight, which aided to raise and to support him, as it had formerly done when the tormented waters of the river thundered at their feet. Her touch produced an effect far beyond that of the slight personal aid which the maiden's strength could have rendered. Courage was restored to his heart, vigour and animation to his benumbed and bruised limbs. Such influence does the human mind, when excited to energy, possess over the infirmities of the human body. He was about to address Anne in accents of the deepest gratitude, but the accents died away on his tongue when the mysterious female, laying her finger on her lips, made him a sign to be silent, and at the same time beckoned him to follow her. He obeyed in silent amazement. They passed the entrance of the melancholy dungeon, and through one or two short but intricate passages, which cut out of the rock in some places, and built in others with hewn stone of the same kind, probably led to holes similar to that in which Arthur was so lately a captive. The recollection that his father might be immured in some such horrid cell as he himself had just quitted, induced Arthur to pause as they reached the bottom of a small winding staircase, which conducted apparently from this region of the building. "Come," he said, "dearest Anne, lead me to his deliverance. I must not leave my father." She shook her head impatiently, and beckoned him on. "If your power extends not to save my father's life, I will remain, and save him or die. Anne, dearest Anne." She answered not, but her companion replied in a deep voice, not unsuitable to his appearance, "Speak, young man, to those who are permitted to answer you, or rather be silent, and listen to my instructions, which direct to the only course which can bring thy father to freedom and safety." They ascended the stair, Anne of Geierstein going first, while Arthur, who followed close behind, could not help thinking that her form gave existence to a part of the light which her garment reflected from the torch. This was probably the effect of the superstitious belief impressed on his mind by Rudolph's tale respecting her mother, and which was confirmed by her sudden appearance in a place and situation where she was so little to have been expected. He had not much time, however, to speculate upon her appearance or demeanour, for mounting the stair with a lighter pace than he was able at the time to follow closely, she was no longer to be seen when he reached the landing place. But whether she had melted into the air, or turned aside into some other passage, he was not permitted a moment's leisure to examine. "Here lies your way," said his sable guide, and at the same time, dashing out the light, and seizing Philipson by the arm, he led him along a dark gallery of considerable length. The young man was not without some momentary misgivings, while he recollected the ominous looks of his conductor, and that he was armed with a dagger or knife which he could plunge of a sudden into his bosom. But he could not bring himself to dread treachery from any one whom he had seen in company with Anne of Geierstein, and in his heart he demanded her pardon for the fear which had flashed across him, and resigned himself to the guidance of his companion, who advanced with hasty but light footsteps, and cautioned him by a whisper to do the same. "Our journey," he at length said, "ends here." As he spoke, a door gave way, and admitted them into a gloomy Gothic apartment, furnished with large oaken presses, apparently filled with books and manuscripts. As Arthur looked round, with eyes dazzled with the sudden gleam of daylight, from which he had been for some time excluded, the door by which they had entered disappeared. This, however, did not greatly surprise him, who judged that, being formed in appearance to correspond with the presses around the entrance which they had used, it could not, when shut, be distinguished from them, a device sometimes then practised, as indeed it often is at the present day. He had now a full view of his deliverer, who, when seen by daylight, showed only the vestments and features of a clergyman, without any of that expression of supernatural horror which the partial light and the melancholy appearance of all in the dungeon had combined to impress on him. Young Philipson once more breathed with freedom, as one awakened from a hideous dream, and the supernatural qualities with which his imagination had invested Anne of Geierstein having begun to vanish, he addressed his deliverer thus: "That I may testify my thanks, Holy Father, where they are so especially due, let me inquire of you if Anne of Geierstein—" "Speak of that which pertains to your house and family," answered the priest, as briefly as before. "Hast thou so soon forgot thy father's danger?" "By heavens, no!" replied the youth. "Tell me but how to act for his deliverance, and thou shalt see how a son can fight for a parent." "It is well, for it is needful," said the priest. "Don thou this vestment, and follow me." The vestment presented was the gown and hood of a novice. "Draw the cowl over thy face," said the priest, "and return no answer to any man who meets thee. I will say thou art under a vow. May Heaven forgive the unworthy tyrant who imposes on us the necessity of such profane dissimulation. Follow me close and near. Beware that you speak not." The business of disguise was soon accomplished, and the priest of St. Paul's, for such he was, moving on, Arthur followed him a pace or two behind, assuming as well as he could the modest step and humble demeanour of a spiritual novice. On leaving the library or study and descending a short stair, he found himself on the street of Brissac. Irresistibly tempted to look back, he had only time, however, to see that the house he had left was a very small building of a Gothic character, on the one side of which rose the church of St. Paul's, and on the other the stern black gatehouse or entrance tower. "Follow me, Melchior," said the deep voice of the priest, and his keen eyes were at the same time fixed upon the supposed novice with a look which instantly recalled Arthur to a sense of his situation. They passed along, nobody noticing them, unless to greet the priest with a silent obeisance or muttered phrase of salutation, until, having nearly gained the middle of the village, the guide turned abruptly off from the street, and, moving northward by a short lane, reached a flight of steps which, as usual in fortified towns, led to the banquette, or walk behind the parapet, which was of the old Gothic fashion, flanked with towers from space to space, of different forms and various heights at different angles. There were sentinels on the walls, but the watch, as it seemed, was kept not by regular soldiers, but by burghers with spears or swords in their hands. The first whom they passed said to the priest, in a half-whispered tone, "Holds our purpose?" "It holds," replied the priest of St. Paul's. "Benedicite." "Deo gratias," replied the armed citizen, and continued his walk upon the battlements. The other sentinels seemed to avoid them, for they disappeared when they came near, or passed them without looking, or seeming to observe them. At last their walk brought them to an ancient turret, which raised its head above the wall, and in which there was a small door opening from the battlement. It was in a corner, distinct from and uncommanded by any of the angles of the fortification. In a well-guarded fortress, such a point ought to have had a sentinel for its special protection, but no one was there upon duty. "Now mark me," said the priest, "for your father's life, and it may be that of many a man besides, depends upon your attention, and no less upon your dispatch. You can run? You can leap?" "I feel no weariness, father, since you freed me," answered Arthur, "and the dun deer that I have often chased shall not beat me in such a wager." "Observe then," replied the Black Priest of St. Paul's, "this turret contains a staircase, which descends to a small sallyport. I will give you entrance to it. The sallyport is barred on the inside, but not locked. It will give you access to the moat, which is almost entirely dry. On crossing it, you will find yourself in the circuit of the outer barriers. You may see sentinels, but they will not see you. Speak not to them, but make your way over the palisade as you can. I trust you can climb over an undefended rampart." "I have surmounted a defended one," said Arthur. "What is my next charge? All this is easy. You will see a species of thicket, or stretch of low bushes. Make for it with all speed. When you are there, turn to the eastward, but beware, while holding that course, that you are not seen by the Burgundian free companions, who are on watch on that part of the walls. A volley of arrows, and the sally of a body of cavalry in pursuit, will be the consequence, if they get sight of you. And their eyes are those of the eagle, that spy the carnage afar off." "I will be heedful," said the young Englishman. "You will find," continued the priest, "upon the outer side of the thicket a path, or rather a sheep track, which, sweeping at some distance from the walls, will conduct you at last into the road leading from Brissac to Bale. Hasten forward to meet the Swiss who are advancing. Tell them your father's hours are counted, and that they must press on if they would save him. And say to Rudolph Donnerhugel in especial, that the Black Priest of St. Paul's waits to bestow upon him his blessing at the northern sallyport. Dost thou understand me?" "Perfectly," answered the young man. The priest of St. Paul's then pushed open the low-browed gate of the turret, and Arthur was about to precipitate himself down the stair which opened before him. "Stay yet a moment," said the priest, "and doff the novice's habit, which can only encumber thee." Arthur in a trice threw it from him, and was again about to start. "Stay yet a moment longer," continued the Black Priest. "This gown may be a tell-tale. Stay, therefore, and help me to pull off my upper garment." Inwardly glowing with impatience, Arthur yet saw the necessity of obeying his guide, and when he had pulled the long and loose upper vestment from the old man, he stood before him in a cassock of black serge, befitting his order and profession, but begirt not with a suitable sash such as clergymen wear, but with a most uncanonical buff belt supporting a short two-edged sword, calculated alike to stab and to smite. "Give me now the novice's habit," said the venerable father, "and over that I will put the priestly vestment, since for the present I have some tokens of the laity about me. It is fitting it should be covered with a double portion of the clerical habit." As he spoke thus, he smiled grimly, and his smile had something more frightful and withering than the stern frown, which suited better with his features, and was their usual expression. "And now," said he, "what does the fool tarry for, when life and death are in his speed? The young messenger waited not a second hint, but at once descended the stairs as if it had been by a single step, found the portal, as the priest had said, only secured by bars on the inside, offering little resistance save from their rusted state, which made it difficult to draw them. Arthur succeeded, however, and found himself at the side of the moat, which presented a green and marshy appearance. Without stopping to examine whether it was deep or shallow, and almost without being sensible of the tenacity of the morass, the young Englishman forced his way through it, and attained the opposite side without attracting the attention of two worthy burghers of Brissac, who were the guardians of the barriers. One of them, indeed, was deeply employed in the perusal of some profane chronicle or religious legend. The other was as anxiously engaged in examining the margin of the moat, in search of eels, perhaps, or frogs, for he wore over his shoulder a scrip for securing some such amphibious booty. Seeing that, as the priest foretold, he had nothing to apprehend from the vigilance of the sentinels, Arthur dashed at the palisade, in hope to catch hold of the top of the stockade, and so to clear it by one bold leap. He overrated his powers of activity, however, or they were diminished by his recent bonds and imprisonment. He fell lightly backward on the ground, and as he got to his feet, became aware of the presence of a soldier in yellow and blue, the livery of de Hagenbach, who came running towards him, crying to the slothful and unobservant sentinels, "Alarm! Alarm! You lazy swine! Stop the dog, or you are both dead men." The fisherman, who was on the farther side, laid down his eel spear, drew his sword, and flourishing it over his head, advanced toward Philipson with very moderate haste. The student was yet more unfortunate, for in his hurry to fold up his book and attend to his duty, he contrived to throw himself, inadvertently doubtless, full in the soldier's way. The latter, who was running at top speed, encountered the burgher with a severe shock, which threw both down. But the citizen, being a solid and substantial man, lay still where he fell, while the other, less weighty, and probably less prepared for the collision, lost his balance and the command of his limbs at once, and rolling over the edge of the moat, was immersed in the mud and marsh. The fisher and the student went with deliberate speed to assist the unexpected and unwelcome partner of their watch, while Arthur, stimulated by the imminent sense of danger, sprang at the barrier with more address and vigour than before, and succeeding in his leap, made, as he had been directed, with his utmost speed for the covert of the adjacent bushes. He reached them without hearing any alarm from the walls, but he was conscious that his situation had become extremely precarious, since his escape from the town was known to one man at least, who would not fail to give the alarm, in case he was able to extricate himself from the marsh. A feat, however, in which it seemed to Arthur that the armed citizens were likely to prove rather his apparent than actual assistance. While such thoughts shot across his mind, they served to augment his natural speed of foot, so that in less space than could have been thought possible, he reached the thinner extremity of the thicket, whence, as intimated by the Black Priest, he could see the eastern tower and the adjoining battlements of the town, with hostile faces thronged and fiery arms. It required at the same time some address on the part of the fugitive to keep so much under shelter as to prevent himself from being seen, in his turn, by those whom he saw so plainly. He therefore expected every moment to hear a bugle wind, or to behold that bustle and commotion among the defenders which might prognosticate a sally. Neither, however, took place, and heedfully observing the footpath or track which the priest had pointed out to him, young Philipson wheeled his course out of sight of the guarded towers, and soon falling into the public and frequented road by which his father and he had approached the town in the morning, he had the happiness, by the dust and flash of arms, to see a small body of armed men advancing towards Brissac, whom he justly concluded to be the van of the Swiss deputation. He soon met the party, which consisted of about 10 men, with Rudolph Donnerhugel at their head. The figure of Philipson, covered with mud, and in some places stained with blood, for his fall in the dungeon had cost him a slight wound, attracted the wonder of every one who crowded around to hear the news. Rudolph alone appeared unmoved. Like the visage on the ancient statues of Hercules, the physiognomy of the bulky Bernese was large and massive, having an air of indifferent and almost sullen composure, which did not change but in moments of the fiercest agitation. He listened without emotion to the breathless tale of Arthur Philipson, that his father was in prison and adjudged to death. "And what else did you expect?" said the Bernese coldly. "Were you not warned? It had been easy to have foreseen the misfortune, but it may be impossible to prevent it." I own, said Arthur, wringing his hands, "that you were wise, and that we were foolish. But oh, do not think of our folly in the moment of our extremity. Be the gallant and generous champion which your cantons proclaim you. Give us your aid in this deadly strait." "But how, or in what manner?" said Rudolph, still hesitating. "We have dismissed the bailies who were willing to have given assistance, so much did your dutiful example weigh with us. We are now scarce above a score of men. How can you ask us to attack a garrison town secured by fortifications, and where there are 6 times our number?" "You have friends within the fortifications," replied Arthur. "I am sure you have. Hark in your ear, the Black Priest sent to you, Rudolph Donnerhugel of Bern, that he waits to give you his blessing at the northern sallyport." "Aye, doubtless," said Rudolph, shaking himself free of Arthur's attempt to engage him in private conference, and speaking so that all around might hear him. "There is little doubt on it. I will find a priest at the northern sallyport to confess and absolve me, and a block, axe, and headsman to strike my throat asunder when he has done. But I will scarce put the neck of my father's son into such risk. If they assassinate an English pedlar who has never offended them, what will they do with the Bear of Bern, whose fangs and talons Archibald de Hagenbach has felt ere now?" Young Philipson at these words clasped his hands together and held them up to heaven, as one who abandons hope, accepting thence. The tears started to his eyes, and clenching his hands and setting his teeth, he turned his back abruptly upon the Swiss. "What means this passion?" said Rudolph. "Whither would you now?" "To rescue my father, or perish with him," said Arthur, and was about to run wildly back to La Ferret, when a strong but kindly grasp detained him. "Tarry a little till I tie my garter," said Sigismund Biedermann, "and I will go with you, King Arthur." "You, oaf!" exclaimed Rudolph. "You, and without orders! "Why, look you, cousin Rudolph," said the youth, continuing with great composure to fasten his garter, which, after the fashion of the time, was somewhat intricately secured, "you are always telling us that we are Swiss and free men, and what is the advantage of being a free man if one is not at liberty to do what he has a mind? You are my hauptmann, look you, so long as it pleases me, and no longer. And why shouldst thou desert me now, thou fool? Why at this minute of all other minutes in the year?" demanded the Bernese. "Look you," replied the insubordinate follower, "I have hunted with Arthur for this month past, and I love him. He never called me fool or idiot, because my thoughts came slower, maybe, and somewhat duller than those of other folk. And I love his father. The old man gave me this baldric and this horn, which I warrant cost many a kreutzer. He told me too not to be discouraged, for that it was better to think justly than to think fast, and that I had sense enough for the one if not for the other. And the kind old man is now in Hagenbach's butcher shambles, but we will free him, Arthur, if two men may. Thou shalt see me fight, while steel blade and ashen shaft will hold together." So saying, he shook in the air his enormous partisan, which quivered in his grasp like a slip of willow. Indeed, if iniquity was to be struck down like an ox, there was not one in that chosen band more likely to perform the feat than Sigismund, for though somewhat shorter in stature than his brethren, and of a less animated spirit, yet his breadth of shoulders and strength of muscles were enormous, and if thoroughly aroused and disposed for the contest, which was very rarely the case, perhaps Rudolph himself might, as far as sheer force went, have had difficulty in matching him. Truth of sentiment and energy of expression always produce an effect on natural and generous characters. Several of the youths around began to exclaim that Sigismund said well, that if the old man had put himself in danger, it was because he thought more of the success of their negotiation than of his own safety, and had taken himself from under their protection rather than involve them in quarrels on his account. "We are the more bound," they said, "to see him unscathed, and we will do so." "Peace, all you wiseacres," said Rudolph, looking round with an air of superiority. "And you, Arthur of England, pass on to the Landaman, who is close behind. You know he is our chief commander. He is no less your father's sincere friend, and whatever he may determine in your father's favour, you will find most ready executors of his pleasure in all of us." His companions appeared to concur in this advice, and young Philipson saw that his own compliance with the recommendation was indispensable. Indeed, although he still suspected that the Bernese, by his various intrigues, as well with the Swiss youth as with those of Bale, and as might be inferred from the priest of St. Paul's, by communication even within the town of La Ferret, possessed the greater power of assisting him at such a conjuncture, yet he trusted far more in the simple candour and perfect faith of Arnold Biedermann, and pressed forward to tell to him his mournful tale and crave his assistance. From the top of a bank which he reached in a few minutes after he parted from Rudolph and the advanced guard, he saw beneath him the venerable Landaman and his associates, attended by a few of the youths who no longer were dispersed upon the flanks of the party, but attended on them closely and in military array, as men prepared to repel any sudden attack. Behind came a mule or two with baggage, together with the animals which, in the ordinary course of their march, supported Anne of Geierstein and her attendant. Both were occupied by female figures as usual, and to the best of Arthur's ken, the foremost had the well-known dress of Anne, from the grey mantle to a small heron's plume, which, since entering Germany, she had worn in compliance with the custom of the country, and in evidence of her rank as a maiden of birth and distinction. Yet if the youth's eyes brought him true tidings at present, what was the character of their former information, when scarce more than half an hour since they had beheld in the subterranean dungeon of Brissac the same form which they now rested upon in circumstances so very different? The feeling excited by this thought was powerful, but it was momentary, like the lightning which blazes through a midnight sky, which is but just seen ere it vanishes into darkness, or rather the wonder excited by this marvellous incident only maintained its ground in his thoughts by allying itself with the anxiety for his father's safety, which was their predominant occupation. "If there be indeed a spirit," he said, "which wears that beautiful form, it must be beneficent as well as lovely, and will extend to my far more deserving father the protection which his son has twice experienced." But ere he had time to prosecute such a thought further, he had met the Landaman and his party. Here his appearance and his condition excited the same surprise as they had formerly occasioned to Rudolph and the vanguard. To the repeated interrogatories of the Landaman he gave a brief account of his own imprisonment and of his escape, of which he suffered the whole glory to rest with the Black Priest of St. Paul's, without mentioning one word of the more interesting female apparition by which he had been attended and assisted in his charitable task. On another point also Arthur was silent. He saw no propriety in communicating to Arnold Biederman the message which the priest had addressed to Rudolph's ear alone. Whether good should come of it or no, he held sacred the obligation of silence imposed upon him by a man from whom he had just received the most important assistance. The Landaman was struck dumb for a moment with sorrow and surprise at the news which he heard. The elder Philipson had gained his respect, as well by the purity and steadiness of the principles which he expressed, as by the extent and depth of his information, which was peculiarly valuable and interesting to the Switzer, who felt his admirable judgment considerably fettered for want of that knowledge of countries, times, and manners with which his English friend often supplied him. "Let us press forward," he said to the Banneret of Berne and the other deputies. "Let us offer our mediation betwixt the tyrant de Hagenbach and our friend whose life is in danger. He must listen to us, for I know his master expects to see this Philipson at his court. The old man hinted to me so much. As we are possessed of such a secret, Archibald de Hagenbach will not dare to brave our vengeance, since we might easily send to Duke Charles information how the governor of La Ferret abuses his power in matters where not only the Swiss, but where the Duke himself is concerned." "Under your reverend favour, my worthy sir," answered the Banneret of Berne, "we are Swiss deputies, and go to represent the injuries of Switzerland alone. If we embroil ourselves with the quarrels of strangers, we shall find it more difficult to settle advantageously those of our own country. And if the Duke should, by this villainy, done upon English merchants bring upon him the resentment of the English monarch, such breach will only render it more a matter of peremptory necessity for him to make a treaty advantageous to the Swiss cantons. There was so much worldly policy in this advice that Adam Zimmermann of Soleure instantly expressed his assent, with the additional argument that their brother Biedermann had told them scarce 2 hours before how these English merchants had, by his advice and their own free desire, parted company with them that morning, on purpose that they might not involve the deputies in the quarrels which might be raised by the governor's exactions on his merchandise. Now what advantage, he said, shall we derive from this same parting of company, supposing, as my brother seems to urge, we are still to consider this Englishman's interest as if he were our fellow traveller and under our especial protection? This personal reasoning pinched the Landman somewhat closely, for he had but a short while before descanted on the generosity of the elder Philipson, who had freely exposed himself to danger, rather than that he should embarrass their negotiation by remaining one of their company, and it completely shook the fealty of the white-bearded Nicholas Bonstetten, whose eyes wandered from the face of Zimmermann, which expressed triumphant confidence in his argument, to that of his friend the Landman, which was rather more embarrassed than usual. "Brethren," said Arnold at length with firmness and animation, "I erred in priding myself upon the worldly policy which I taught to you this morning. This man is not of our country, doubtless, but he is of our blood, a copy of the common Creator's image, and the more worthy of being called so, as he is a man of integrity and worth. We might not, without grievous sin, pass such a person, being in danger, without affording him relief, even if he lay accidentally by the side of our path. Much less should we abandon him, if the danger has been incurred in our own cause, and that we might escape the net in which he is himself caught. Be not therefore downcast. We do God's will in succouring an oppressed man. If we succeed by mild means, as I trust we shall, we do a good action at a cheap rate. If not, God can assert the cause of humanity by the hands of few as well as of many." "If such is your opinion," said the bannerman of Berne, "not a man here will shrink from you. For me, I pleaded against my own inclinations when I advised you to avoid a breach with the Burgundian. But as a soldier, I must needs say I would rather fight the garrison, were they double the number they talk of, in a fair field, than undertake to storm their defences. Nay," said the Landman, "I sincerely hope we shall both enter and depart from the town of Brissac without deviating from the pacific character with which our mission from the Diet invests us." End of chapter 15.
Chapter 16 of Anne of Geierstein by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. For Somerset, off with his guilty head. Third part of Henry VI. The governor of La Forêt stood on the battlements of the eastern entrance tower of his fortress and looked out on the road to Bale, when first the vanguard of the Swiss mission, then the centre and rear, appeared in the distance. At the same moment, the van halting, the main body closed with it, while the females and baggage, and mules in the rear moved in their turn up to the main body, and the whole were united in one group. A messenger then stepped forth and winded one of those tremendous horns, the spoils of the wild bulls, so numerous in the canton of Uri that they are supposed to have given rise to its name. They demand admittance, said the esquire. They shall have it, answered Sir Archibald de Hagenbach. Marry, how they may pass out again is another and a deeper question. Think yet a moment, noble sir, continued the esquire. Bethink you these Switzers are very fiends in fight, and have, besides, no booty to repay the conquest, some paltry chains of good copper, perchance, or adulterated silver. You have knocked out the marrow. Do not damage your teeth by trying to grind the bone. Thou art a fool, Killian, answered de Hagenbach, and it may be a coward besides. The approach of some score, or at most some score and a half, of Swiss partisans makes thee draw in thy horns like a snail at a child's finger. Mine are strong and inflexible as those of the Yorkists, of whom they talk so much, and on which they blow so boldly. Keep in mind, thou timid creature, that if the Swiss deputies, as they presume to call themselves, are permitted to pass free, they carry to the Duke stories of merchants bound to his court, and fraught with precious commodities, specially addressed to his grace. Charles has then at once to endure the presence of the ambassadors whom he contemns and hates, and learns by them that the governor of La Ferrette, permitting such to pass, has nevertheless presumed to stop those whom he would full gladly see. For what prince would not blithely welcome such a casket as that which we have taken from yonder strolling English peddler? I see not how the assault on these ambassadors will mend your Excellency's plea for despoiling the Englishman, said Killian. Because thou art a blind mole, Killian, answered his chief. If Burgundy hears of a ruffle between my garrison and the mountain churls, whom he scorns and yet hates, it will drown all notice of the 2 peddlers who have perished in the fray. If after inquiry should come, an hour's ride transports me with my confidants into the imperial dominions, where, though the emperor be a spiritless fool, the rich prize I have found on these islanders will ensure me a good reception. I will stick by your Excellency to the last, returned the esquire, and you shall yourself witness that, if a fool, I am at least no coward. I never thought thee such when it came to hand blows, said de Hagenbach, but in policy thou art timid and irresolute. Hand me mine armour, Killian, and beware thou brace it well. The Swiss pikes and swords are no wasp stings. May your Excellency wear it with honour and profit, said Killian, and according to the duty of his office, he buckled upon his principal the complete panoply of a knight of the Empire. Your purpose of assaulting the Swiss then holds firm, said Killian, but what pretext will your Excellency assign? Let me alone, said Archibald de Hagenbach, to take one or to make one. Do you only have Schonfeld and the soldiers on their stations, and remember the words are Burgundy to the rescue. When these words are first spoken, let the soldiers show themselves. When repeated, let them fall on. And now that I am accoutred, away to the churls, and admit them. Killian bowed and withdrew. The bugle of the Switzers had repeatedly emitted its angry roar, exasperated by the delay of nearly half an hour without an answer from the guarded gate of Brissac, and every blast declared, by the prolonged echoes which it awakened, the increased impatience of those who summoned the town. At length the portcullis arose, the gate opened, the drawbridge fell, and Killian, in the equipage of a man-at-arms arrayed for fight, rode forth on an ambling palfrey. What bold men are ye, sirs, who are here in arms before the fortress of Brissac, appertaining in right and seigneury to the thrice noble Duke of Burgundy and Lorraine, and garrisoned for his cause and interest by the excellent Sir Archibald, Lord of Hagenbach, Knight of the most holy Roman Empire. So please you, Sir Esquire, said the Landman, for such I conjecture you to be by the feather in your bonnet. We are here with no hostile intentions, though armed, as you see, to defend us in a perilous journey, where we are something unsafe by day and cannot always repose by night in places of security. But our arms have no offensive purpose. If they had such, our numbers had not been so few as you see them. What then is your character and purpose? Said Killian, who had learned to use, in his master's absence, the lordly and insolent tone of the governor himself. We are delegates, answered the Landman, in a calm and even tone of voice, without appearing to take offence at or to observe the insolent demeanour of the esquire, from the free and confederated cantons of the Swiss states and provinces, and from the good town of Soleure, who are accredited from our Diet of Legislature to travel to the presence of his Grace the Duke of Burgundy on an errand of high importance to both countries, and with the hope of establishing with your master's lord, I mean with the noble Duke of Burgundy, a sure and steadfast peace upon such terms as shall be to the mutual honour and advantage of both countries, and to avert disputes and the effusion of Christian blood, which may otherwise be shed for want of timely and good understanding. Show me your letters of credence, said the esquire. Under your forgiveness, Sir Esquire, replied the Landman, it will be time enough to exhibit these when we are admitted to the presence of your master, the governor. This is as much as to say wilful will to it. It is well, my masters, and yet you may take this advice from Killian of Kersburg. It is sometimes better to reel backwards than to run forwards. My master and my master's master are more ticklish persons than the dealers of Bale, to whom you sell your cheeses. Home, honest man, home. Your way lies before you, and you are fairly warned. We thank thee for thy counsel, said the Landman, interrupting the Banneret of Berne, who had commenced an angry reply, supposing it kindly meant. If not, an uncivil jest is like an overcharged gun, which recoils on the cannoneer. Our road lies onward through Brissac, and onward we propose to go, and take such hap as that which we may find before us. Go onward then, in the devil's name, said the squire, who had entertained some hope of deterring them from pursuing their journey, but found himself effectually foiled. The Switzers entered the town, and stopped by the barricade of cars which the governor had formed across the street at about 20 yards from the gate. They drew themselves up in military order, with their little body formed into 3 lines, the 2 females and the fathers of the deputation being in the center. The little phalanx presented a double front, one to each side of the street, while the center line faced so as to move forward, and only waited for the removal of the barricade in order to do so. But while they stood thus inactive, a knight in complete armor appeared from a side door of the great tower, under the arch of which they had entered into the town. His visor was raised, and he walked along the front of the little line formed by the Swiss with a stern and frowning aspect. "Who are you," he said, "who have thus far intruded yourselves in arms into a Burgundian garrison?" "With your Excellency's leave," said the Landman, "we are men who come on a peaceful errand, though we carry arms for our own defense. Deputies we are from the towns of Bern and Soleure, the cantons of Uri, Switz, and Unterwalden, come to adjust matters of importance with the gracious Duke of Burgundy and Lorraine." "What towns, what cantons?" said the governor of La Forêt. "I have heard no such names among the free cities of Germany." "Bern, truly. When became Bern a free state?" "Since the 21st day of June," said Arnold Biederman, "in the year of grace 1339, on which day the Battle of Lappen was fought." "Away, vain old man," said the knight. "Thinkest thou that such idle boasts can avail thee here? We have heard indeed of some insurgent villages and communities among the Alps, and how they rebelled against the emperor, and by the advantage of fastnesses, ambuscades, and lurking places, how they have murdered some knights and gentlemen sent against them by the Duke of Austria. But we little thought that such paltry townships and insignificant bands of mutineers had the insolence to term themselves free states, and propose to enter into negotiation as such with a mighty prince like Charles of Burgundy." "May it please your Excellency," replied the Landman, with perfect temper, "your own laws of chivalry declare that if the stronger wrong the weaker, or the noble does injury to the less gentle, the very act levels distinctions between them, and the doer of an injury becomes bound to give condign satisfaction of such kind as the wrong party shall demand." "Hence to thy hills, churl!" exclaimed the haughty knight. "There comb thy beard and roast thy chestnuts. What! because a few rats and mice find retreat among the walls and wainscoting of our dwelling houses, shall we therefore allow them to intrude their disgusting presence and their airs of freedom and independence into our personal presence? No, we will rather crush them beneath the heel of our iron-shod boots." "We are not men to be trodden on," said Arnold Biederman calmly. "Those who have attempted it have found us stumbling blocks. Lay, Sir Knight, lay aside for an instant this haughty language, which can only lead to warfare, and listen to the words of peace. Dismiss our comrade, the English merchant Philipson, on whom you have this morning laid unlawful hands. Let him pay a moderate sum for his ransom, and we, who are bound instantly to the Duke's presence, will bear a fair report to him of his governor of La Forêt." "You will be so generous, will you?" said Sir Archibald, in a tone of ridicule. "And what pledge shall I have that you will favour me so kindly as you propose?" "The word of a man who never broke his promise," answered the stoical Landman. "Insolent hind!" replied the knight, dost thou stipulate? Thou offer thy paltry word as a pledge betwixt the Duke of Burgundy and Archibald de Hagenbach? Know that ye go not to Burgundy at all, or you go thither with fetters on your hands and halters round your necks. So ho, Burgundy to the rescue. Instantly, as he spoke, the soldiers showed themselves before, behind, and around the narrow space where the Swiss had drawn themselves up. The battlements of the town were lined with men. Others presented themselves at the doors of each house in the street, prepared to sally, and at the windows, prepared to shoot, as well with guns as with bows and crossbows. The soldiers who defended the barricade also started up and seemed ready to dispute the passage in front. The little band encompassed and overmatched, but neither startled nor disheartened, stood to their arms. The center rank, under the landammen, prepared to force their way over the barricade. The two fronts stood back to back, ready to dispute the street with those that should issue from the houses. It could not fail to prove a work of no small blood and toil to subdue this handful of determined men, even with 5 times their number. Some sense of this, perhaps, made Sir Archibald delay giving the signal for onset, when suddenly behind arose a cry of "Treason! Treason!" A soldier, covered with mud, rushed before the governor, and said in hurried accents that as he endeavored to stop a prisoner who had made his escape some short time since, he had been seized by the burghers of the town, and well nigh drowned in the moat. He added that the citizens were even now admitting the enemy into the place. "Killian," said the knight, "take 20 of men, hasten to the northern sally-port, stab, cut down, or throw from the battlements whomsoever you meet in arms, townsmen or strangers. Leave me to settle with these peasants by fair means or foul." But ere Killian could obey his master's commands, a shout arose in the rear, where they cried, "Bail! Bail! Freedom! Freedom! The day is our own." Onward came the youth of Baal, who had not been at such a distance but that Rudolph had contrived to recall them. Onward came many Swiss who had hovered around the embassy, holding themselves in readiness for such a piece of service, and onward came the armed citizens of La Forêt, who, compelled to take arms and mount guard by the tyranny of de Hagenbach, had availed themselves of the opportunity to admit the bailees at the sally-port through which Philipson had lately made his escape. The garrison, somewhat discouraged before by the firm aspect of the Swiss, who had held their numbers at defiance, were totally disconcerted by this new and unexpected insurrection. Most of them prepared rather to fly than to fight, and they threw themselves in numbers from the walls as the best chance of escaping. Killian and some others, whom pride prevented from flying and despair from asking quarter, fought with fury and were killed on the spot. In the midst of this confusion, the landamman kept his own bands unmoved, permitting them to take no share in the action, save to repel such violence as was offered to them. "Stand fast all!" sounded the deep voice of Arnold Biedermann along their little body. "Where is Rudolph? Save lives, but take none. Why, how now, Arthur Philipson? Stand fast, I say." "I cannot stand fast," said Arthur, who was in the act of leaving the ranks. "I must seek my father in the dungeons. They may be slaying him in this confusion while I stand idle here. By Our Lady of Ensidlen, you say well, answered the Landman, that I should have forgot my noble guest. I will help thee to search for him, Arthur. The affray seems well nigh ended. Ho, there, Sir Banneret, worthy Adam Zimmerman, my good friend, Nicholas Bonstetten, keep our men standing firm. Have nothing to do with this affray, but leave the men of Baal to answer their own deeds. I return in a few minutes." So saying, he hurried after Arthur Phillipson, whose recollection conducted him with sufficient accuracy to the head of the dungeon stairs. There they met an ill-looking man, clad in a buff jerkin, who bore at his girdle a bunch of rusted keys, which intimated the nature of his calling. "Show me the prison of the English merchant," said Arthur Phillipson, "or thou diest by my hand." "Which of them desire you to see?" answered the official, "the old man or the young one?" "The old," said young Phillipson. "His son has escaped thee." "Enter here then, gentlemen," said the jailer, undoing the spring bolt of a heavy door. At the upper end of the apartment lay the man they came to seek for, who was instantly raised from the ground and loaded with their embraces. "My dear father, my worthy guest," said his son and friend at the same moment, "how fares it with you?" "Well," answered the elder Phillipson, "if you, my friend and son, come, as I judge from your arms and countenance, as conquerors and at liberty. Ill if you come to share my prison house." "Have no fear of that," said the Landman. "We have been in danger, but are remarkably delivered. Your evil lair has benumbed you. Lean on me, my noble guest, and let me assist you to better quarters." Here he was interrupted by a heavy clash, as it seemed, of iron, and differing from the distant roar of the popular tumult, which they still heard from the open street, as men hear the deep voice of a remote and tempestuous ocean. "By St. Peter of the Fetters," said Arthur, who instantly discovered the cause of the sound, "the jailer has cast the door to the staple, or it has escaped his grasp. The spring lock has closed upon us, and we cannot be liberated saving from the outside. Ho, jailer dog, villain, open the door, or thou diest." "He is probably out of hearing of your threats," said the elder Phillipson, "and your cries avail you nothing. But are you sure the Swiss are in possession of the town?" "We are peaceful occupants of it," answered the Landman, "though without a blow given on our side." "Why then," said the Englishman, "your followers will soon find you out. Arthur and I are paltry ciphers, and our absence might easily pass over unobserved, but you are too important a figure not to be missed and looked after when the sum of your number is taken." "I well hope it will prove so," said the Landman, "though methinks I show but scurvily, shut up here like a cat in a cupboard when he has been stealing cream. Arthur, my brave boy, dost thou see no means of shooting back the bolt?" Arthur, who had been minutely examining the lock, replied in the negative, and added that they must take patience perforce and arm themselves to wait calmly their deliverance, which they could do nothing to accelerate. Arnold Biederman, however, felt somewhat severely the neglect of his sons and companions. "All my youths, uncertain whether I am alive or dead, are taking the opportunity of my absence, doubtless for pillage and license, and the politic Rudolph, I presume, cares not if I should never reappear on the stage. The Banneret and the white-bearded fool Bonstetten, who calls me his friend, every neighbour has deserted me, and yet they know that I am anxious for the safety of the most insignificant of them all, as dearer to me than my own. By heavens, it looks like stratagem, and shows as if the rash young men desired to get rid of a rule too regular and peaceful to be pleasing to those who are eager for war and conquest. The Landaman fretted out of his usual serenity of temper, and afraid of the misbehavior of his countrymen in his absence, thus reflected upon his friends and companions, while the distant noise soon died away into the most absolute and total silence. "What is to do now?" said Arthur Phillipson. "I trust they will take the opportunity of quiet to go through the roll call and inquire then who are a-missing." It seemed as if the young man's wish had some efficacy, for he had scarce uttered it before the lock was turned, and the door set ajar by some one who escaped upstairs from behind it, before those who were set at liberty could obtain a glance of their deliverer. "It is the jailer, doubtless," said the Landaman, "who may be apprehensive, as he has some reason, that we might prove more incensed at our detention in the dungeon than grateful for our deliverance." As they spoke thus, they ascended the narrow stairs, and issued from the door of the gatehouse tower, where a singular spectacle awaited them. The Swiss deputies and their escort still remained standing fast and firm on the very spot where Hagenbach had proposed to assail them. A few of the late governor's soldiers, disarmed and cowering from the rage of a multitude of the citizens who now filled the streets, stood with downcast looks behind the phalanx of the mountaineers as their safest place of retreat. But this was not all. The cars so lately placed to obstruct the passage of the street were now joined together, and served to support a platform or scaffold which had been hastily constructed of planks. On this was placed a chair, in which sat a tall man, with his head, neck, and shoulders bare, the rest of his body clothed in bright armor. His countenance was as pale as death, yet young Phillipson recognized the hard-hearted governor, Sir Archibald Hagenbach. He appeared to be bound to the chair. On his right, and close beside him, stood the priest of St. Paul's, muttering prayers with his breviary in his hand, while on his left, and somewhat behind the captive, appeared a tall man, attired in red, and leaning with both hands on the naked sword, which has been described on a former occasion. The instant that Arnold Biedermann appeared, and before the Landaman could open his lips to demand the meaning of what he saw, the priest drew back, the executioner stepped forward, the sword was brandished, the blow was struck, and the victim's head rolled on the scaffold. A general acclamation and clapping of hands, like that by which a crowded theatre approves of some well-graced performer, followed this feat of dexterity, while the headless corpse shot streams from the arteries, which were drunk up by the sawdust that strewed the scaffold. The executioner gracefully presented himself alternately at the four corners of the stage, modestly bowing as the multitude greeted him with cheers of approbation. "Nobles, knights, gentlemen of free-born blood, and good citizens," he said, "who have assisted at this act of high justice, I pray you to bear me witness that this judgment hath been executed after the form of the sentence, at one blow, and without stroke missed or repeated." The acclamations were reiterated. "Long live our Scharfgerichter Steinernherz, and many a tyrant may he do his duty on." "Noble friends," said the executioner, with the deepest obeisance, "I have yet another word to say, and it must be a proud one. God be gracious to the soul of this good and noble knight, Sir Archibald de Hagenbach. He was the patron of my youth and my guide to the path of honor. 8 steps have I made towards freedom and nobility on the heads of free-born knights and nobles who have fallen by his authority and command, and the 9th, by which I have attained it, is upon his own, in grateful memory of which I will expend this purse of gold, which but an hour since he bestowed on me in masses for his soul. Gentlemen, noble friends, and now my equals, La Ferret has lost a nobleman and gained one. Our Lady be gracious to the departed knight, Sir Archibald de Hagenbach, and bless and prosper the progress of Stephen Steinernherz von Blutzacher, now free and noble of right. With that he took the feather out of the cap of the deceased, which, soiled with the blood of the wearer, lay near his body upon the scaffold, and putting it into his own official bonnet, received the homage of the crowd in loud huzzas, which were partly in earnest, partly in ridicule of such an unusual transformation. Arnold Biederman at length found breath, which the extremity of surprise had at first denied him. Indeed, the whole execution had passed much too rapidly for the possibility of his interference. "Who has dared to act this tragedy?" he said indignantly, "and by what right has it taken place?" A cavalier, richly dressed in blue, replied to the question, "The free citizens of Bâle have acted for themselves, as the fathers of Swiss liberty set them an example, and the tyrant de Hagenbach has fallen by the same right which put to death the tyrant Geisler. We bore with him till his cup was brimming over, and then we bore no longer. I say not but that he deserved death," replied the Landman, "but for your own sake, and for ours, you should have forborne him till the Duke's pleasure was known." "What tell you us of the Duke?" answered Laurens Nipperg, the same blue cavalier whom Arthur had seen at the secret rendezvous of the Bailly's youth in company with Rudolph. "Why talk you of Burgundy to us, who are none of his subjects? The Emperor, our only rightful lord, had no title to pawn the town and fortifications of La Ferret, being as it is a dependency of Bâle, to the prejudice of our free city. He might have pledged the revenue indeed, and supposing him to have done so, the debt has been paid twice over by the exactions levied by yonder oppressor, who has now received his due. But pass on, Landman of Unterwalden. If our actions displease you, abjure them at the footstool of the Duke of Burgundy, but in doing so abjure the memory of William Tell and Stoffaker, of Fürst and Melchthal, the fathers of Swiss freedom." "You speak truth," said the Landman, "but it is in an ill-chosen and unhappy time. Patience would have remedied your evils, which none felt more deeply, or would have redressed more willingly than I. But, oh, imprudent young man, you have thrown aside the modesty of your age and the subjection you owe to your elders. William Tell and his brethren were men of years and judgment, husbands and fathers, having a right to be heard in council and to be foremost in action. Enough. I leave it with the fathers and senators of your own city to acknowledge or to reprove your actions. But you, my friends, you, Banneret of Bern, you, Rudolph, above all, you, Nicholas Bonstetten, my comrade and my friend, why did you not take this miserable man under your protection? The action would have shown Burgundy that we were slandered by those who have declared us desirous of seeking a quarrel with him or of inciting his subjects to revolt. Now all these prejudices will be confirmed in the minds of men, naturally more tenacious of evil impressions than of those which are favorable. As I live by bread, good gossip, and neighbor, answered Nicholas Bonstetten, I thought to obey your injunctions to a tittle, so much so that I once thought of breaking in and protecting the man when Rudolf Donnerhugel reminded me that your last orders were to stand firm and let the men of Baal answer for their own actions. And surely, said I to myself, my gossip Arnold knows better than all of us what is fitting to be done. Ah, Rudolf, Rudolf, said the Landman, looking on him with a displeased countenance, wert thou not ashamed thus to deceive an old man? To say I deceived him is a hard charge, but from you, Landman, answered the Bernese with his usual deference, I can bear anything. I will only say that, being a member of this embassy, I am obliged to think and to give my opinion as such, especially when he is not present, who is wise enough to lead and direct us all. Thy words are always fair, Rudolf, replied Arnold Biedermann, and I trust so is thy meaning. Yet there are times when I somewhat doubt it. But let disputes pass, and let me have your advice, my friends, and for that purpose go we where it may best profit us, even to the church, where we will first return our thanks for our deliverance from assassination, and then hold counsel what next is to be done. The Landman led the way, accordingly, to the church of St. Paul's, while his companions and associates followed in their order. This gave Rudolf, who as youngest suffered the others to precede him, an opportunity to beckon to him the Landman's eldest son, Rudiger, and whisper to him to get rid of the 2 English merchants. Away with them, my dear Rudiger, by fair means if possible, but away with them directly. Thy father is besotted with these 2 English peddlers, and will listen to no other counsel, and thou and I know, dearest Rudiger, that such men as these are unfit to give laws to free-born Switzers. Get the trumpery they have been robbed of, or as much of it as is extant, together as fast as thou canst, and send them a-travelling, in heaven's name. Rudiger nodded intelligently, and went to offer his services to expedite the departure of the elder Philipson.
He found the sagacious merchant as desirous to escape from the scene of confusion now presented in the town as the young Swiss could be to urge his departure. He only waited to recover the casket of which de Hagenbach had possessed himself, and Rudiger Biedermann set on foot a strict search after it,
which was the more likely to be successful than the simplicity of the Swiss prevented them from setting the true value upon its contents. A strict and hasty search was immediately instituted, both on the person of the dead de Hagenbach, on which the precious packet was not to be found, and on all who had approached him at his execution, or were supposed to enjoy his confidence. Young Arthur Philipson would gladly have availed himself of a few moments to bid farewell to Anne of Geierstein, but the grey wimple was no longer seen in the ranks of the Switzers, and it was reasonable to think that, in the confusion which followed the execution of de Hagenbach and the retreat of the leaders of the little battalion, she had made her escape into some of the adjacent houses, while the soldiers around her, no longer restrained by the presence of their chiefs, had dispersed, some to search for the goods of which the Englishmen had been despoiled, others doubtless to mingle with and join in the rejoicings of the victorious youths of Bale, and of those burghers of La Forêt by whom the fortifications of the town had been so gently surrendered. The cry amongst them was universal, that Brissac, so long considered as the curb of the Swiss confederates and the barrier against their commerce, should henceforth be garrisoned as their protection against the encroachments and exactions of the Duke of Burgundy and his officers. The whole town was in a wild but joyful jubilee, while the citizens vied with each other in offering to the Swiss every species of refreshment, and the youths who attended upon the mission hurried gaily and in triumph to profit by the circumstances which had so unexpectedly converted the ambuscade so treacherously laid for them into a genial and joyous reception. Amid this scene of confusion, it was impossible for Arthur to quit his father, even to satisfy the feelings which induced him to wish for a few moments at his own disposal. Sad, thoughtful, and sorrowful, amid the general joy, he remained with the parent whom he had so much reason to love and honor, to assist him in securing and placing on their mule the various packages and bales which the honest Switzers had recovered after the death of de Hagenbach, and which they emulated each other in bringing to their rightful owner, while they were with difficulty prevailed upon to accept the guerdon which the Englishman, from the means which he still had left upon his person, was disposed not merely to offer, but to force upon the restorers of his property, and which, in their rude and simple ideas, seemed greatly to exceed the value of what they had recovered for him. This scene had scarcely lasted 10 or 15 minutes, when Rudolf Donnerhugel approached the elder Philipson, and in a tone of great courtesy invited him to join the council of the chiefs of the embassy of the Swiss cantons, who, he said, were desirous of having the advantage of his experience upon some important questions respecting their conduct on these unexpected occurrences. See to our affairs, Arthur, and stir not from the spot on which I leave you, said Philipson to his son. Look especially after the sealed packet of which I was so infamously and illegally robbed. Its recovery is of the utmost consequence. So speaking, he instantly prepared himself to attend the Bernese, who in a confidential manner whispered, as he went arm in arm with him towards the church of St. Paul's, I think a man of your wisdom will scarce advise us to trust ourselves to the mood of the Duke of Burgundy when he has received such an injury as the loss of this fortress and the execution of his officer. You, at least, would be too judicious to afford us any further the advantage of your company and society, since to do so would be wilfully to engage in our shipwreck. I will give my best advice, answered Philipson, when I shall be more particularly acquainted with the circumstances under which it is asked of me. Rudolf muttered an oath, or angry exclamation, and led Philipson to the church without further argument. In a small chapel adjoining to the church, and dedicated to St. Magnus the Martyr, the 4 deputies were assembled in close conclave around the shrine in which the sainted hero stood, armed as when he lived. The priest of St. Paul's was also present, and seemed to interest himself deeply in the debate which was taking place. When Philipson entered, all were for a moment silent, until the landman addressed him thus: Signor Philipson, we esteem you a man far travelled, well versed in the manners of foreign lands, and acquainted with the conditions of this Duke Charles of Burgundy. You are therefore fit to advise us in a matter of great weight. You know with what anxiety we go on this mission for peace with the Duke. You also know what has this day happened, which may probably be represented to Charles in the worst colors. Would you advise us, in such a case, to proceed to the Duke's presence, with the odium of this action attached to us, or should we do better to return home and prepare for war with Burgundy? How do your own opinions stand on the subject? Said the cautious Englishman. We are divided, answered the Banneret of Berne. I have borne the banner of Berne against her foes for 30 years. I am more willing to carry it against the lances of the knights of Hainault and Lorraine than to undergo the rude treatment which we must look to meet at the footstool of the Duke. We put our heads in the lion's mouth if we go forward, said Zimmerman of Soleure. My opinion is that we draw back. I would not advise retreat, said Rudolf Donnerhugel, were my life alone concerned, but the Landman of Unterwalden is the father of the United Cantons, and it would be parricide if I consented to put his life in peril. My advice is that we return, and that the confederacies stand on their defense. My opinion is different, said Arnold Biederman, nor will I forgive any man who, whether in sincere or feigned friendship, places my poor life in the scale with the advantage of the cantons. If we go forward, we risk our heads, be it so. But if we turn back, we involve our country in war with a power of the first magnitude in Europe. Worthy citizens, you are brave in fight. Show your fortitude as boldly now, and let us not hesitate to incur such personal danger as may attend ourselves, if by doing so we can gain a chance of peace for our country. I think and vote with my neighbor and gossip, Arnold Biederman, said the laconic deputy from Schwitz. You hear how we are divided in opinion, said the Landman to Philipson. What is your opinion? I would first ask of you, said the Englishman, what has been your part in this storming of a town occupied by the Duke's forces and putting to death his governor? So help me heaven, said the Landman, as I knew not of any purpose of storming the town until it unexpectedly took place. And for the execution of de Hagenbach, said the black priest, I swear to you, stranger, by my holy order, that it took place under the direction of a competent court, whose sentence Charles of Burgundy himself is bound to respect, and whose proceedings the deputies of the Swiss mission could neither have advanced nor retarded. If such be the case, and if you can really prove yourselves free of these proceedings, answered Philipson, which must needs be highly resented by the Duke of Burgundy, I would advise you by all means to proceed upon your journey, with the certainty that you will obtain from that prince a just and impartial hearing, and it may be a favorable answer. I know Charles of Burgundy. I may even say that, our different ranks and walks of life considered, I know him well. He will be deeply incensed by the first tidings of what has here chanced, which he will no doubt interpret to your disfavor. But if, in the course of investigation, you are able to clear yourselves of these foul imputations, a sense of his own injustice may perhaps turn the balance in your favor, and in that case he will rush from the excess of censure into that of indulgence. But your cause must be firmly stated to the Duke. by some tongue better acquainted with the language of courts than yours, and such a friendly interpreter might I have proved to you had I not been plundered of the valuable packet which I bore with me in order to present to the Duke, and in testimony of my commission to him. A paltry fetch, whispered Donnerhugel to the banneret, that the traitor may obtain from us satisfaction for the goods of which he has been plundered. The Landaman himself was perhaps for a moment of the same opinion. Merchant, he said, we hold ourselves bound to make good to you, that is, if our substance can effect it, whatever loss you may have sustained, trusting to our protection. Aye, that we will, said the old man of Schwitz, should it cost us 20 zecchins to make it good. To your guarantee of immunity I can have no claim, said Philipson, seeing I parted company with you before I sustained any loss, and I regret the loss, not so much for its value, although that is greater than you may fancy, but chiefly because that the contents of the casket I bore, being a token betwixt a person of considerable importance and the Duke of Burgundy, I shall not, I fear, now that I am deprived of them, receive from his grace that credence which I desire, both for my own sake and yours. Without them, and speaking only in the person of a private traveller, I may not take upon me, as I might have done, when using the names of the persons whose mandates I carried. This important packet, said the Landaman, shall be most rigorously sought for, and carefully redelivered to thee. For ourselves, not a Swiss of us knows the value of its contents, so that if they are in the hands of any of our men, they will be returned, of course, as baubles, upon which they set no value. As he spoke, there was a knocking at the door of the chapel. Rudolph, who stood nearest to it, having held some communication with those without, observed with a smile, which he instantly repressed, lest it had given offence to Arnold Biedermann, "It is Sigismund, the good youth. Shall I admit him to our council?" "To what purpose, poor simple lad?" said his father, with a sorrowful smile. "Yet let me undo the door," said Philipson. "He is anxious to enter, and perhaps he brings news. I have observed, Landaman, that the young man, though with slowness of ideas and expression, is strong in his principles, and sometimes happy in his conceptions." He admitted Sigismund accordingly, while Arnold Biedermann felt, on the one hand, the soothing compliment which Philipson had paid to a boy, certainly the dullest of his family, and on the other, feared some public display of his son's infirmity or lack of understanding. Sigismund, however, seemed all confidence, and he certainly had reason to be so, since, as the shortest mode of explanation, he presented to Philipson the necklace of diamonds, with the casket in which it had been deposited. "This pretty thing is yours," he said. "I understand so much from your son Arthur, who tells me you will be glad to have it again." "Most cordially do I thank you," said the merchant. "The necklace is certainly mine. That is, the packet of which it formed the contents was under my charge, and it is at this moment of greater additional value to me than even its actual worth, since it serves as my pledge and token for the performance of an important mission. And how, my young friend," he continued, addressing Sigismund, "have you been so fortunate as to recover what we have sought for hitherto in vain? Let me return my best acknowledgments, and do not think me over curious if I ask how it reached you." "For that matter," said Sigismund, "the story is soon told. I had planted myself as near the scaffold as I could, having never beheld an execution before, and I observed the executioner, who I thought did his duty very cleverly, just in the moment that he spread a cloth over the body of de Hagenbach, snatch something from the dead man's bosom, and huddle it hastily into his own. So when the rumor arose that an article of value was a-missing, I hurried in quest of the fellow. I found he had bespoke masses to the extent of 100 crowns at the high altar of St. Paul's, and I traced him to the tavern of the village, where some ill-looking men were joyously drinking to him as a free citizen and a nobleman. So I stepped in amongst them with my partisan, and demanded of his lordship either to surrender to me what he had thus possessed himself of, or to try the weight of the weapon I carried. His lordship, my lord hangman, hesitated, and was about to make a brawl, but I was something peremptory, and so he judged it best to give me the parcel, which I trust you, Signor Philipson, will find safe and entire as it was taken from you, and I left them to conclude their festivities, and that is the whole of the story. Thou art a brave lad, said Philipson, and with a heart always right, the head can seldom be far wrong, but the church shall not lose its dues, and I take it on myself, ere I leave La Ferrette, to pay for the masses which the man had ordered for the sake of de Hagenbach's soul, snatched from the world so unexpectedly. Sigismund was about to reply, but Philipson, fearing he might bring out some foolery to diminish the sense which his father had so joyously entertained of his late conduct, immediately added, Hie away, my good youth, and give to my son Arthur this precious casket. With simple exultation at receiving applause to which he was little accustomed, Sigismund took his leave, and the council were once more left to their own privacy. There was a moment's silence, for the landman could not overcome the feeling of exquisite pleasure at the sagacity which poor Sigismund, whose general conduct warranted no such expectations, had displayed on the present occasion. It was not, however, a feeling to which circumstances permitted him to give vent, and he reserved it for his own secret enjoyment, as a solace to the anxiety which he had hitherto entertained concerning the limited intellect of this simple-minded young man. When he spoke, it was to Philipson with the usual candor and manliness of his character. Signor Philipson, he said, we will hold you bound by no offer which you made while these glittering matters were out of your possession, because a man may often think that if he were in such and such a situation, he would be able to achieve certain ends, which, that position being attained, he may find himself unable to accomplish. But I now ask you whether, having thus fortunately and unexpectedly regained possession of what you say will give you certain credence with the Duke of Burgundy, you conceive yourself entitled to mediate with him on our behalf, as you formerly proposed. All bent forward to hear the merchant's answer. Landman, he replied, I never spoke the word in difficulty which I was not ready to redeem when that difficulty was removed. You say, and I believe, that you had no concern with this storming of La Ferrette. You say also that the life of de Hagenbach was taken by a judicature over which you had no control and exercised none. Let a protocol be drawn up, averring these circumstances, and as far as possible proving them. Entrust it to me, under seal, if you will, and if such points be established, I will pledge my word as an honest man and a true-born Englishman, that the Duke of Burgundy will neither detain nor offer you any personal injury. I also hope to show to Charles strong and weighty reasons why a league of friendship betwixt Burgundy and the united cantons of Helvetia is, on his Grace's part, a wise and generous measure. But it is possible I may fail in this last point, and if I do, I shall deeply grieve for it. In warranting your safe passage to the Duke's court, and your safe return from it to your own country, I think I cannot fail. If I do, my own life, and that of my beloved and only child, shall pay the ransom for my excess of confidence in the Duke's justice and honor. The other deputies stood silent and looked on the Landman, but Rudolf Donnerhugel spoke. Are we then to trust our own lives, and what is still dearer to us, that of our honored associate, Arnold Biedermann, on the simple word of a foreign traitor? We all know the temper of the Duke, and how vindictively and relentlessly he has ever felt towards our country and its interests. Methinks this English merchant should express the nature of his interest at the court of Burgundy more plainly, if he expects us to place such implicit reliance in it. That, Signor Rudolf Donnerhugel, replied the merchant, I find myself not at liberty to do. I pry not into your secrets, whether they belong to you as a body or as individuals. My own are sacred. If I consulted my own safety merely, I should act most wisely to part company with you here. But the object of your mission is peace, and your sudden return, after what has chanced at La Ferrette, will make war inevitable. I think I can assure you of a safe and free audience from the Duke, and I am willing, for the chance of securing the peace of Christendom, to encounter any personal peril which may attach to myself. Say no more, worthy Philipson, said the Landman. Thy good faith is undoubted on our part, and ill luck is his who cannot read it written on thy manly forehead. We go forward, then, prepared to risk our own safety at the hand of a despotic prince, rather than leave undischarged the mission which our country has entrusted us with. He is but half a brave man who will risk his life only in the field of battle. There are other dangers to front which is equally honorable, and since the weal of Switzerland demands that we should encounter them, not one of us will hesitate to take the risk. The other members of the mission bowed in assent, and the conclave broke up to prepare for their farther entrance into Burgundy. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Anne of Geierstein by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Upon the mountain's heathery side, the day's last luster shone, and rich with many a radiant hue, gleamed gaily on the Rhone. Southey. The English merchant was now much consulted by the Swiss commissioners in all their motions. He exhorted them to proceed with all dispatch on their journey, so as to carry to the Duke their own account of the affair of Brissac, and thus anticipate all rumors less favorable to their conduct on the occasion. For this purpose Philipson recommended that the deputies, dismissing their escort, whose arms and numbers might give umbrage and suspicion, while they were too few for defense, should themselves proceed by rapid journeys on horseback towards Dijon, or wherever the Duke might chance to be for the time. This proposal was, however, formally resisted by the very person who had hitherto been the most ductile of the party, and the willing echo of the Landaman's pleasure. On the present occasion, notwithstanding that Arnold Biederman declared the advice of Philipson excellent, Nicholas Bonstetten stood in absolute and insurmountable opposition, because having hitherto trusted to his own limbs for transporting himself to and fro on all occasions, he could by no means be persuaded to commit himself to the discretion of a horse. As he was found obstinately positive on this subject, it was finally determined that the two Englishmen should press forward on their journey with such speed as they might, and that the elder of them should make the Duke acquainted with so much as to the capture of La Ferrette as he had himself witnessed of the matter. The particulars which had attended the death of de Hagenbach, the Landaman assured him, would be sent to the Duke by a person of confidence, whose attestation on the subject could not be doubted. This course was adopted, as Philipson expressed his confidence of getting an early and private audience with his Grace of Burgundy. "My best intercession," he said, "you have a good right to reckon upon, and no one can bear more direct testimony than I can to the ungovernable cruelty and rapacity of de Hagenbach, of which I had so nearly been the victim. But of his trial and execution I neither know nor can tell anything, and as Duke Charles is sure to demand why execution was done upon his officer without an appeal to his own tribunal, it will be well that you can either provide me with such facts as you have to state, or send forward at least, as speedily as possible, the evidence which you have to lay before him on that most weighty branch of the subject." The proposal of the merchant created some visible embarrassment on the countenance of the Swiss, and it was with obvious hesitation that Arnold Biederman, having led him aside, addressed him in a whisper. "My good friend," he said, "mysteries are in general like the hateful mists which disfigure the noblest features of nature. Yet, like myths, they will sometimes intervene when we most desire their absence, when we most desire to be plain and explicit. The manner of de Hagenbach's death you saw. We will take care that the Duke is informed of the authority by which it was inflicted. This is all that I can at present tell you on the subject, and let me add that the less you speak of it with anyone, you will be the more likely to escape inconvenience." "Worthy Landaman," said the Englishman, "I also am by nature, and from the habits of my country, a hater of mysteries. Yet such is my firm confidence in your truth and honor that you shall be my guide in these dark and secret transactions, even as amongst the myths and precipices of your native land, and I rest contented in either case to place unlimited confidence in your sagacity. Let me only recommend that your explanation with Charles be instant, as well as clear and candid. Such being the case, I trust my poor interest with the Duke may be reckoned for something in your favor. Here then we part, but, as I trust, soon to meet again." The elder Philipson now rejoined his son, whom he directed to hire horses, together with a guide, to conduct them with all speed to the presence of the Duke of Burgundy. By various inquiries in the town, and especially among the soldiers of the slain de Hagenbach, they at length learned that Charles had been of late occupied in taking possession of Lorraine, and being now suspicious of unfriendly dispositions on the part of the Emperor of Germany, as well as of Sigismund, Duke of Austria, had drawn a considerable part of his army together near Strasbourg, in order to be prepared against any attempt of these princes or of the free imperial cities which might interfere with his course of conquest. The Duke of Burgundy, at this period, well deserved his peculiar epithet of the bold, since surrounded by enemies, like one of the nobler animals of the chase, he yet astounded by his stern and daring countenance not only the princes and states we have mentioned, but even the King of France, equally powerful and far more politic than himself. To his camp, therefore, the English travellers bent their way, each full of such deep and melancholy reflection as perhaps prevented his bestowing much attention on the other's state of mind. They rode as men deeply immersed in their own thoughts, and with less intercourse than had been usual betwixt them on their former journeys. The nobleness of the elder Philipson's nature and his respect for the Landamann's probity, joined with gratitude for his hospitality, had prevented him from separating his cause from that of the Swiss deputies, nor did he now repent his generosity in adhering to them. But when he recollected the nature and importance of the personal affairs which he himself had to dispatch with a proud, imperious, and irritable prince, he could not but regret the circumstances which had involved his own particular mission, of so much consequence to himself and his friends, with that of persons likely to be so highly obnoxious to the Duke as Arnold Biederman and his companions, and however grateful for the hospitality of Geierstein, he regretted, nevertheless, the circumstances which had obliged him to accept of it. The thoughts of Arthur were no less anxious. He found himself anew separated from the object to which his thoughts were, almost against his own will, constantly returning, and this second separation had taken place after he had incurred an additional load of gratitude, and found new as well as more mysterious food for his ardent imagination. How was he to reconcile the character and attributes of Anne of Geierstein, whom he had known so gentle, candid, pure, and simple, with those of the daughter of a sage and of an elementary spirit, to whom night was as day, and an impervious dungeon, the same as the open portico of a temple? Could they be identified as the same being? Or, while strictly alike in shape and lineament, was the one a tenant of the earth, the other only a phantom, permitted to show itself among those of a nature in which she did not partake? Above all, must he never see her more, or receive from her own lips an explanation of the mysteries which were so awfully entwined with his recollections of her? Such were the questions which occupied the mind of the younger traveller, and prevented him from interrupting or even observing the reverie in which his father was plunged. Had either of the travellers been disposed to derive amusement from the country through which their road lay, the vicinity of the Rhine was well qualified to afford it. The ground on the left bank of that noble river is indeed rather flat and tame, and the mountains of Alsace, a ridge of which sweeps along its course, do not approach so near as greatly to vary the level surface of the valley which divides them from its shores, but the broad stream itself, hurrying forward with dizzy rapidity and rushing around the islets by which its course is interrupted, is one of the most majestic spectacles in nature. The right bank is dignified at once and adorned by the numerous eminences covered with wood and interspersed with valleys, which constitute the district so well known by the name of the Black Forest, to which superstition attached so many terrors, and credulity such a variety of legends. Terrors, indeed, it had of a real and existing character. The old castles, seen from time to time on the banks of the river itself, or on the ravines and large brooks which flow into it, were then no picturesque ruins, rendered interesting by the stories which were told about their former inhabitants, but constituted the real and apparently impregnable strongholds of that robber chivalry whom we have already frequently mentioned, and of whom, since Goethe, an author born to arouse the slumbering fame of his country, has dramatized the story of Gertz of Berlichingen, we have so many spirit-stirring tales. The danger attending the vicinity of these fortresses was only known on the right or German bank of the Rhine, for the breadth and depth of that noble stream effectually prevented any foray of their inhabitants from reaching Alsace. The former was in possession of the cities or free towns of the empire, and thus the feudal tyranny of the German lords was chiefly exerted at the expense of their own countrymen, who, irritated and exhausted with their rapine and oppression, were compelled to erect barriers against it, of a nature as interesting and extraordinary as were the wrongs from which they endeavored to protect themselves. But the left bank of the river, over great part of which Charles of Burgundy exercised his authority under various characters, was under the regular protection of the ordinary magistrates, who were supported in the discharge of their duty by large bands of mercenary soldiers. These were maintained by Charles out of his private revenue. He, as well as his rival Louis and other princes of the period, having discovered that the feudal system gave an inconvenient degree of independence to their vassals, and thinking, of course, that it was better to substitute in its place a standing army consisting of free companies or soldiers by profession, Italy furnished most of these bands, which composed the strength of Charles's army, at least the part of it in which he most trusted. Our travelers, therefore, pursued their way by the banks of the river in as great a degree of security as could well be enjoyed in that violent and distracted time, until at length the father, after having eyed for some time the person whom Arthur had hired to be their guide, suddenly asked of his son who or what the man was. Arthur replied that he had been too eager to get a person who knew the road and was willing to show it, to be very particular in inquiring into his station or occupation, but that he thought from the man's appearance he must be one of those itinerant ecclesiastics who travel through the country with relics, pardons, and other religious trinkets, and were in general but slightly respected, excepting by the lower orders, on whom these vendors of superstitious wares were often accused of practicing gross deceptions. The man's appearance was rather that of a lay devotee, or palmer, bound on his pilgrimage to different shrines, than of a mendicant friar or questionary. He wore the hat, scrip, staff, and coarse dalmatic, somewhat like the military cloak of the modern hussar, which were used by such persons on their religious peregrinations. St. Peter's keys, rudely shaped out of some scarlet rag of cloth, appeared on the back of his mantle, placed, as heralds say, saltire-wise. This devotee seemed a man of 50 and upwards, well made and stout for his age, with a cast of countenance which, though not positively ugly, was far from being well favored. There was shrewdness and an alert expression in his eye and actions, which made some occasional contrast with the sanctimonious demeanor of the character he now bore. This difference betwixt his dress and physiognomy was by no means uncommon among persons of his description, many of whom embraced this mode of life rather to indulge roving and idle habits than from any religious call. "Who art thou, good fellow?" said the elder Philipson, "and by what name am I to call thee while we are fellow travellers?"
"Bartholomew, sir," said the man, "brother Bartholomew."
"I might say Bartholomeus, but it does not become a poor lay brother like me to aspire to the honour of a learned termination. And whither does thy journey tend, good brother Bartholomew?" "In whichever direction your worship chooses to travel, and to require my services as guide," answered the palmer, "always premising you allow me leisure for my devotions at such holy stations as we pass on our route." "That is, thine own journey hath no professed or pressing object or end?" said the Englishman. "None, as your worship says, peculiar," said the itinerant, "or I might rather say that my journey, good sir, embraces so many objects that it is matter of indifference to me which of them I accomplish first. My vow binds me for 4 years to travel from one shrine or holy place to another, but I am not directly tied to visit them by any precise rule of rotation. That is to say, thy vow of pilgrimage does not prevent thee from hiring thyself to wait upon travellers as their guide," replied Philipson. "If I can unite the devotion I owe to the blessed saints whose shrines I visit with a service rendered to a wandering fellow creature who desires to be directed upon his journey, I do maintain," replied Bartholomew, "that the objects are easily to be reconciled to each other, especially as a little worldly profit may tend to cement the two duties together, if otherwise incompatible," said Philipson. "It pleases your honour to say so," replied the pilgrim, "but you yourself may, if you will, derive from my good company something more than the mere knowledge of the road in which you propose to travel. I can make your journey more edifying by legends of the blessed saints whose holy relics I have visited, and pleasing by the story of the wonderful things which I have seen and heard in my travels. I can impart to you an opportunity of providing yourself with His Holiness's pardon, not only for the sins which you have committed, but also granting you indulgence for future errors." "These things are highly available, doubtless," replied the merchant, "but, good Bartholomew, when I desire to speak of them, I apply to my father confessor, to whom I have been uniformly regular in committing the charge of my conscience, and who must be, therefore, well acquainted with my state of mind, and best accustomed to prescribe what its case may require. Nevertheless, said Bartholomew, I trust your worship is too religious a man, and too sound a Catholic, to pass any hallowed station without endeavoring to obtain some share of the benefits which it is the means of dispensing to those who are ready and willing to deserve them, more especially as all men, of whatever trade and degree, hold respect to the holy saint who patronizeth his own mystery. So I hope you, being a merchant, will not pass the chapel of Our Lady of the Ferry without making some fitting orison. Friend Bartholomew, said Philipson, I have not heard of the shrine which you recommend to me, and as my business is pressing, it were better worth my while to make a pilgrimage hither on purpose to make mine homage at a fitter season, than to delay my journey at present. This, God willing, I will not fail to do, so that I may be held excused for delaying my reverence till I can pay it more respectfully and at greater leisure. May it please you not to be wroth, said the guide, if I say that your behavior in this matter is like that of a fool, who, finding a treasure by the roadside, omits to put it in his bosom, and carry it along with him, proposing to return from a distance on a future day of express purpose to fetch it. Philipson, something astonished at the man's pertinacity, was about to answer hastily and angrily, but was prevented by the arrival of 3 strangers, who rode hastily up from behind them. The foremost of these was a young female, most elegantly attired, and mounted upon a Spanish jennet, which she reined with singular grace and dexterity. She wore on her right hand such a glove as that which was used to carry hawks, and had a merlin perched upon it. Her head was covered with a montero cap, and, as was frequently the custom at the period, she wore on her face a kind of black silk vizard, which effectually concealed her features. Notwithstanding this disguise, Arthur Philipson's heart sprang high at the appearance of these strangers, for he was at once certain he recognized the matchless form of the Swiss maiden by whom his mind was so anxiously occupied. Her attendants were a falconer with his hunting pole and a female, both apparently her domestics. The elder Philipson, who had no such accuracy of recollection as his son manifested upon the occasion, saw in the fair stranger only some dame or damsel of eminence engaged in the amusement of hawking, and in return to a brief salutation merely asked her, with suitable courtesy, as the case demanded, whether she had spent the morning in good sport. Indifferent, good friend, said the lady, I dare not fly my hawk so near the broad river, lest he should soar to the other side, and so I might lose my companion. But I reckon on finding better game when I have crossed to the other side of the ferry, which we are now approaching. Then your ladyship, said Bartholomew, will hear mass in Hans' chapel and pray for your success. I were a heathen to pass the holy place without doing so, replied the damsel. That, noble damsel, touches the point we were but now talking of, said the guide Bartholomew. For know, fair mistress, that I cannot persuade this worthy gentleman how deeply the success of his enterprise is dependent upon his obtaining the blessing of Our Lady of the Ferry. The good man, said the young maiden, seriously, and even severely, must know little of the Rhine. I will explain to the gentleman the propriety of following your advice. She then rode close to young Philipson and spoke in Swiss, for she had hitherto used the German language. Do not start, but hear me. And the voice was that of Anne of Geierstein. Do not, I say, be surprised, or at least show not your wonder. You are beset by dangers. On this road especially, your business is known. Your lives are laid in wait for. Cross over the river at the ferry of the chapel, or Hans Ferry, as it is usually termed. Here the guide drew so near to them that it was impossible for her to continue the conversation without being overheard. At that same moment a woodcock sprang from some bushes, and the young lady threw off her merlin in pursuit. Saho, saho, wo-ha, hollowed the falconer, in a note which made the thicket ring again, and away he rode in pursuit. The elder Philipson and the guide himself followed the chase eagerly with their eyes, so attractive was the love of that brave sport to men of all ranks. But the voice of the maiden was a lure which would have summoned Arthur's attention from matters more deeply interesting. Cross the Rhine, she again repeated, at the ferry to Kirchhoff on the other side of the river. Take your lodgings at the Golden Fleece, where you will find a guide to Strasbourg. I must stay here no longer. So saying, the damsel raised herself in her saddle, struck her horse lightly with the loose reins, and the mettled animal, already impatient at her delay and the eager burst of its companions, flew forward at such a pace as if he had meant to emulate the flight of the hawk, and of the prey he pursued. The lady and her attendants soon vanished from the sight of the travellers. A deep silence for some time ensued, during which Arthur studied how to communicate the warning he had received without awakening the suspicions of their guide. But the old man broke silence himself, saying to Bartholomew, "Put your horse into more motion, I pray you, and ride onward a few yards. I would have some private conference with my son." The guide obeyed, and as if with the purpose of showing a mind too profoundly occupied by heavenly matters to admit a thought concerning those of this transitory world, he thundered forth a hymn in praise of Saint Wendelin the shepherd, in a strain so discordant as startled every bird from every bush by which they passed. There was never a more unmelodious melody, whether sacred or profane, than that under protection of which the elder Philipson thus conferred with his son. "Arthur," he said, "I am much convinced that this howling, hypocritical vagrant has some plot upon us, and I had well nigh determined that the best mode to baffle it would be to consult my own opinion, and not his, as to our places of repose and the direction of our journey." "Your judgment is correct, as usual," said his son. "I am well convinced of yonder man's treachery, from a whisper in which that maiden informed me that we ought to take the road to Strasbourg by the eastern side of the river, and for that purpose cross over to a place called Kirchhoff on the opposite bank." "Do you advise this, Arthur?" replied his father. "I will pledge my life for the faith of this young person," replied his son. "What?" said his father. "Because she sits her palfrey fairly and shows a faultless shape? Such is the reasoning of a boy, and yet my own old and cautious heart feels inclined to trust her. If our secret is known in this land, there are doubtless many who may be disposed to think they have an interest in barring my access to the Duke of Burgundy, even by the most violent means, and well you know that I should on my side hold my life equally cheap could I discharge mine errand at the price of laying it down. I tell thee, Arthur, that my mind reproaches me for taking hitherto over little care of ensuring the discharge of my commission, owing to the natural desire I had to keep thee in my company. There now lie before us two ways, both perilous and uncertain, by which we may reach the Duke's court. We may follow this guide and take the chance of his fidelity, or we may adopt the hint of yonder damsel errant and cross over to the other side of the Rhine, and again repass the river at Strasbourg. Both roads are perhaps equally perilous. I feel it my duty to diminish the risk of the miscarriage of my commission by sending thee across to the right bank while I pursue my proposed course upon the left. Thus, if one of us be intercepted, the other may escape, and the important commission which he bears may be duly executed. Alas, my father, said Arthur, how is it possible for me to obey you, when by doing so I must leave you alone, to incur so many dangers, to struggle with so many difficulties, in which my aid might be at least willing, though it could only be weak. Whatever befall us in these delicate and dangerous circumstances, let us at least meet it in company. Arthur, my beloved son, said his father, in parting from thee, I am splitting mine own heart in twain, but the same duty which commands us to expose our bodies to death, as peremptorily orders us not to spare our most tender affections. We must part. Oh, then, replied his son eagerly, let me at least prevail in one point. Do thou, my father, cross the Rhine, and let me prosecute the journey by the route originally proposed. And why, I pray you, answered the merchant, should I go one of these roads in preference to the other? Because, said Arthur eagerly, I would warrant yonder maiden's faith with my life. Again, young man, said his father, and wherefore so confident in that young maiden's faith? Is it merely from the confidence which youth reposes in that which is fair and pleasing? Or have you had further acquaintance with her than the late brief conversation with her admitted? Can I give you an answer? Replied his son. We have been long absent from lands of knights and ladies, and is it not natural that we should give to those who remind us of the honored ties of chivalry and gentle blood the instinctive credence which we refuse to such a poor wretch as this itinerant mountebank, who gains his existence by cheating, with false relics and forged legends, the poor peasants amongst whom he travels? It is a vain imagination, Arthur, said his father, not unbefitting, indeed, an aspirant to the honors of chivalry, who draws his ideas of life and its occurrences from the romances of the minstrels, but too visionary for a youth who has seen, as thou hast, how the business of this world is conducted. I tell thee, and thou wilt learn to know I say truth, that around the homely board of our host, the Landaman, were ranged truer tongues and more faithful hearts than the corps pleniere of a monarch has to boast. Alas, the manly spirit of ancient faith and honor has fled even from the breast of kings and knights, where, as John of France said, it ought to continue to reside a constant inhabitant, if banished from all the rest of the world. "Be that as it may, dearest father," replied the younger Philipson, "I pray you to be persuaded by me, and if we must part company, let it be by your taking the right bank of the Rhine, since I am persuaded it is the safest route." "And if it be the safest," said his father, with a voice of tender reproach, "is that a reason why I should spare my own almost exhausted thread of life, and expose thine, my dear son, which has but begun its course?" "Nay, father," answered the son with animation, "in speaking thus, you do not consider the difference of our importance to the execution of the purpose which you have so long entertained, and which seems now so nigh being accomplished. Think how imperfectly I might be able to discharge it without knowledge of the Duke's person, or credentials to gain his confidence. I might indeed repeat your words, but the circumstances would be wanting to attract the necessary faith, and of consequence your scheme, for the success of which you have lived, and now are willing to run the risk of death, would miscarry along with me." "You cannot shake my resolution," said the elder Philipson, "or persuade me that my life is of more importance than yours. You only remind me that it is you, and not I, who ought to be the bearer of this token to the Duke of Burgundy. Should you be successful in reaching his court or camp, your possession of these gems will be needful to attach credit to your mission, a purpose for which they would be less necessary to me, who can refer to other circumstances under which I might claim credence, if it should please Heaven to leave me alone to acquit myself of this important commission, which may Our Lady, in her mercy, forfend. Understand, therefore, that should an opportunity occur by which you can make your way to the opposite side of the Rhine, you are to direct your journey so as again to cross to this bank at Strasbourg, where you will inquire for news of me at the Flying Stag, a hostelry in that city, which you will easily discover. If you hear no tidings of me at that place, you will proceed to the Duke and deliver to him this important packet." Here he put into his son's hand, with as much privacy as possible, the case containing the diamond necklace. "What else your duty calls on you to do," continued the elder Philipson, "you well know. Only I conjure you, let no vain inquiries after my fate interfere with the great duty you have there to discharge. In the meantime, prepare to bid me a sudden farewell, with a heart as bold and confident as when you went before me and courageously led the way amid the rocks and storms of Switzerland. Heaven was above us then, as it is over us now. Adieu, my beloved Arthur. Should I wait till the moment of separation, there may be but short time to speak the fatal word, and no eye, save thy own, must see the tear which I now wipe away." The painful feeling which accompanied this anticipation of their parting was so sincere on Arthur's part, as well as that of his father, that it did not at first occur to the former, as a source of consolation, that it seemed likely he might be placed under the guidance of the singular female, the memory of whom haunted him. True it was that the beauty of Anne of Geierstein, as well as the striking circumstances in which she had exhibited herself, had on that very morning been the principal occupation of his mind, but they were now chased from it by the predominant recollection that he was about to be separated in a moment of danger from a father so well deserving of his highest esteem and his fondest affection. Meanwhile, that father dashed from his eye the tear which his devoted stoicism could not suppress, and as if afraid of softening his resolution by indulging his parental fondness, he recalled the pious Bartholomew to demand of him how far they were from the chapel of the Fairy. "Little more than a mile," was the reply, and when the Englishman required further information concerning the cause of its erection, he was informed that an old boatman and fisherman named Hans had long dwelt at the place, who gained a precarious livelihood by transporting travelers and merchants from one bank of the river to the other. The misfortune, however, of losing first one boat and then a second in the deep and mighty stream, with the dread inspired in travelers by the repetition of such accidents, began to render his profession an uncertain one. Being a good Catholic, the old man's distress took a devotional turn. He began to look back on his former life and consider by what crimes he had deserved the misfortunes which darkened the evening of his days. His remorse was chiefly excited by the recollection that he had, on one occasion, when the passage was peculiarly stormy, refused to discharge his duty as a ferryman in order to transport to the other shore a priest who bore along with him an image of the Virgin destined for the village of Kirchhoff on the opposite or right bank of the Rhine. For this fault Hans submitted to severe penance, as he was now disposed to consider as culpable his doubt of the Virgin's power of protecting herself, her priest, and the bark employed in her service, besides which the offering of a large share of his worldly goods to the church of Kirchhoff expressed the truth of the old man's repentance. Neither did he ever again permit himself to interpose any delay in the journey of men of Holy Church, but all ranks of the clergy, from the mitred prelate to the barefooted friar, might at any time of day or night have commanded the services of him and his boat. While prosecuting so laudable a course of life, it became at length the lot of Hans to find on the banks of the Rhine a small image of the Virgin thrown by the waves, which appeared to him exactly to resemble that which he had formerly ungraciously refused to carry across when under charge of the sacristan of Kirchhoff. He placed it in the most conspicuous part of his hut and poured out his soul before it in devotion, anxiously inquiring for some signal by which he might discover whether he was to consider the arrival of her holy image as a pledge that his offenses were forgiven. In the visions of the night his prayers were answered, and Our Lady, assuming the form of the image, stood by his bedside for the purpose of telling him wherefore she had come hither. "My trusty servant," she said, "men of Belial have burned my dwelling at Kirchhoff, spoiled my chapel, and thrown the sacred image which represents me into the swollen Rhine, which swept me downward. Now I have resolved to dwell no longer in the neighborhood of the profane doers of this deed, or of the cowardly vassals who dared not prevent it. I am, therefore, compelled to remove my habitation, and in spite of the opposing current, I determined to take the shore on this side, being resolved to fix my abode with thee, my faithful servant, that the land in which thou dwellest may be blessed, as well as thou and thy household." As the vision spoke, she seemed to wring from her tresses the water in which they had been steeped, while her disordered dress and fatigued appearance was that of one who has been buffeting with the waves. Next morning brought intelligence that, in one of the numerous feuds of that fierce period, Kirchhoff had been sacked, the church destroyed, and the church treasury plundered. In consequence of the fisherman's vision being thus remarkably confirmed, Hans entirely renounced his profession, and leaving it to younger men to supply his place as ferryman, he converted his hut into a rustic chapel, and he himself, taking orders, attended upon the shrine as a hermit or daily chaplain. The figure was supposed to work miracles, and the ferry became renowned from its being under the protection of the holy image of Our Lady, and her no less holy servant. When Bartholomew had concluded his account of the ferry and its chapel, the travelers had arrived at the place itself. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Anne of Geierstein by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Upon the Rhine they cluster, the grapes of juice divine, which make the soldier's jovial courage muster. O blessed be the Rhine. Drinking Song. A cottage or two on the side of the river, beside which were moored one or two fishing boats, showed the pious Hans had successors in his profession as a boatman. The river, which at a point a little lower was restrained by a chain of islets, expanded more widely and moved less rapidly than when it passed these cottages, affording to the ferryman a smoother surface and a less heavy stream to contend with, although the current was even there too strong to be borne up against, unless the river was in a tranquil state. On the opposite bank, but a good deal lower than the hamlet which gave name to the ferry, was seated on a small eminence, screened by trees and bushes, the little town of Kirchhoff. A skiff departing from the left bank was, even on favorable occasions, carried considerably to leeward ere it could attain the opposite side of the deep and full stream of the Rhine, so that its course was oblique towards Kirchhoff. On the other hand, a boat departing from Kirchhoff must have great advantage both of wind and oars in order to land its loading or crew at the chapel of the ferry, unless it were under the miraculous influence which carried the image of the Virgin in that direction. The communication, therefore, from the east to the west bank was only maintained by towing boats up the stream to such a height on the eastern side that the leeway which they made during the voyage across might correspond with the point at which they desired to arrive, and enable them to attain it with ease. Hence it naturally happened that, the passage from Alsace into Swabia being the most easy, the ferry was more used by those who were desirous of entering Germany than by travelers who came in an opposite direction. When the elder Philipson had by a glance around him ascertained the situation of the ferry, he said firmly to his son, "Begone, my dear Arthur, and do what I have commanded thee." With a heart rent with filial anxiety, the young man obeyed, and took his solitary course towards the cottages, near which the barks were moored, which were occasionally used for fishing as well as for the purposes of the ferry. "Your son leaves us?" said Bartholomew to the elder Philipson. "He does for the present," said his father, "as he has certain inquiries to make in yonder hamlet." "If they be," answered the guide, "any matters connected with your honour's road, I laud the saints that I can better answer your inquiries than those ignorant boors who hardly understand your language. If we find that their information needs thy commentary," said Philipson, "we will request it. Meanwhile, lead on to the chapel, where my son will join us." They moved towards the chapel, but with slow steps, each turning his looks aside to the fishing hamlet. The guide, as if striving to see whether the younger traveller was returning towards them. The father anxious to descry, on the broad bosom of the Rhine, a sail unloosed, to waft his son across to that which might be considered as the safer side. But though the looks of both guide and traveller were turned in the direction of the river, their steps carried them towards the chapel, to which the inhabitants, in memory of the founder, had given the title of Hans Kapelle. A few trees scattered around gave an agreeable and sylvan air to the place, and the chapel, that appeared on a rising ground at some distance from the hamlet, was constructed in a style of pleasing simplicity, which corresponded with the whole scene. Its small size confirmed the tradition that it had originally been merely the hut of a peasant, and the cross of fir trees covered with bark attested the purpose to which it was now dedicated. The chapel and all around it breathed peace and solemn tranquillity, and the deep sound of the mighty river seemed to impose silence on each human voice which might presume to mingle with its awful murmur. When Philipson arrived in the vicinity, Bartholomew took the advantage afforded by his silence to thunder forth 2 stanzas to the praise of the Lady of the Ferry and her faithful worshipper Hans, after which he broke forth into the rapturous exclamation, "Come hither, ye who fear wreck, here is your safe haven. Come hither, ye who die of thirst, here is a well of mercy open to you. Come, those who are weary and far travelled, this is your place of refreshment." And more to the same purpose he might have said, but Philipson sternly imposed silence on him. "If thy devotion were altogether true," he said, "it would be less clamorous. But it is well to do what is good in itself, even if it is a hypocrite who recommends it. Let us enter this holy chapel and pray for a fortunate issue to our precarious troubles." The pardoner caught up the last words. "Sure was I," he said, "that your worship is too well advised to pass this holy place without imploring the protection and influence of Our Lady of the Ferry. Tarry but a moment until I find the priest who serves the altar, that he may say a mass on your behalf." Here he was interrupted by the door of the chapel suddenly opening, when an ecclesiastic appeared on the threshold. Philipson instantly knew the priest of St. Paul's, whom he had seen that morning at La Ferrette. Bartholomew also knew him, as it would seem, for his officious hypocritical eloquence failed him in an instant, and he stood before the priest with his arms folded on his breast, like a man who waits for the sentence of condemnation. "Villain," said the ecclesiastic, regarding the guide with a severe countenance, "dost thou lead a stranger into the houses of the holy saints, that thou mayest slay him, and possess thyself of his spoils? But heaven will no longer bear with thy perfidy. Back, thou wretch, to meet thy brother miscreants, who are hastening hitherward. Tell them thy arts were unavailing, and that the innocent stranger is under my protection, which those who presume to violate will meet with the reward of Archibald de Hagenbach. The guide stood quite motionless, while addressed by the priest in a manner equally menacing and authoritative, and no sooner did the latter cease speaking than, without offering a word either in justification or reply, Bartholomew turned round and retreated at a hasty pace by the same road which had conducted the traveller to the chapel. "And do you, worthy Englishman," continued the priest, "enter into this chapel, and perform in safety those devotions by means of which yonder hypocrite designed to detain you until his brethren in iniquity came up. But first, wherefore are you alone? I trust not evil hath befallen your young companion." "My son," said Philipson, "crosses the Rhine at yonder ferry, as we had important business to transact on the other side." As he spoke thus, a light boat, about which 2 or 3 peasants had been for some time busy, was seen to push from the shore and shoot into the stream, to which it was partly compelled to give way, until a sail stretched along the slender yard, and supporting the bark against the current, enabled her to stand obliquely across the river. "Now, praise be to God," said Philipson, who was aware that the bark he looked upon must be in the act of carrying his son beyond the reach of the dangers by which he was himself surrounded. "Amen," answered the priest, echoing the pious ejaculation of the traveller. "Great reason have you to return thanks to heaven." "Of that I am convinced," replied Philipson, "but yet from you I hope to learn the special cause of danger from which I have escaped." "This is neither time nor place for such an investigation," answered the priest of St. Paul's. "It is enough to say that yonder fellow, well known for his hypocrisy and his crimes, was present when the young Switzer Sigismund reclaimed from the executioner the treasure of which you were robbed by Hagenbach. Thus Bartholomew's avarice was awakened. He undertook to be your guide to Strasbourg with the criminal intent of detaining you by the way till a party came up, against whose numbers resistance would have been in vain. But his purpose has been anticipated, and now, ere giving vent to other worldly thoughts, whether of hope or fear, to the chapel, sir, and join in orisons to him who hath been your aid, and to those who have interceded with him in your behalf." Philipson entered the chapel with his guide, and joined in returning thanks to heaven and the tutelary power of the spot for the escape which had been vouchsafed to him. When this duty had been performed, Philipson intimated his purpose of resuming his journey, to which the black priest replied that, far from delaying him in a place so dangerous, he would himself accompany him for some part of the journey, since he was also bound to the presence of the Duke of Burgundy. "You, my father, you?" said the merchant, with some astonishment. "And wherefore surprised?" answered the priest. "Is it so strange that one of my order should visit a prince's court? Believe me, there are but too many of them to be found there." "I do not speak with reference to your order," answered Philipson, "but in regard of the part which you have this day acted in abetting the execution of Archibald de Hagenbach. Know you so little of the fiery Duke of Burgundy as to imagine you can dally with his resentment with more safety than you would pull the mane of a sleeping lion?" "I know his mood well," said the priest, "and it is not to excuse, but to defend the death of de Hagenbach that I go to his presence. The Duke may execute his serfs and bondsmen at his pleasure, but there is a spell upon my life which is proof to all his power. But let me retort the question. You, sir, Englishman, knowing the conditions of the Duke so well, you, so lately the guest and travelling companion of the most unwelcome visitors who could approach him, you, implicated in appearance at least, in the uproar at La Ferrette, what chance is there of your escaping his vengeance, and wherefore will you throw yourself wantonly within his power? Worthy father, said the merchant, let each of us, without offence to the other, keep his own secret. I have indeed no spell to secure me from the Duke's resentment. I have limbs to suffer torture and imprisonment, and property which may be seized and confiscated, but I have had in former days many dealings with the Duke. I may even say I have laid him under obligations, and hope my interest with him may in consequence be sufficient not only to save me from the consequences of this day's procedure, but be of some avail to my friend the Landman. But if you are in reality bound to the court of Burgundy as a merchant, said the priest, where are the wares in which you traffic? Have you no merchandise, save that which you carry on your person? I heard of a sumpter horse with baggage. Has yonder villain deprived you of it? This was a trying question to Philipson, who, anxious about the separation from his son, had given no direction whether the baggage should remain with himself or should be transported to the other side of the Rhine. He was, therefore, taken at advantage by the priest's inquiry, to which he answered with some incoherence, I believe my baggage is in the hamlet, that is, unless my son has taken it across the Rhine with him. That we will soon learn, answered the priest. Here a novice appeared from the vestiary of the chapel at his call, and received commands to inquire at the hamlet whether Philipson's bales, with the horse which transported them, had been left there, or ferried over along with his son. The novice, being absent a few minutes, presently returned with the baggage horse, which, with its burden, Arthur, from regard to his father's accommodation, had left on the western side of the river. The priest looked on attentively, while the elder Philipson, mounting his own horse, and taking the rein of the other in his hand, bade the black priest adieu, in these words, And now, father, farewell. I must pass on with my bales, since there is little wisdom in travelling with them after nightfall, else would I gladly suit my pace, with your permission, so as to share the way with you. If it is your obliging purpose to do so, as indeed I was about to propose, said the priest, no, I will be no stay to your journey. I have here a good horse, and Melchior, who must otherwise have gone on foot, may ride upon your sumpter horse. I the rather propose this course, as it will be rash for you to travel by night. I can conduct you to an hostelry about 5 miles off, which we may reach with sufficient daylight, and where you will be lodged safely for your reckoning. The English merchant hesitated a moment. He had no fancy for any new companion on the road, and although the countenance of the priest was rather handsome, considering his years, yet the expression was such as by no means invited confidence. On the contrary, there was something mysterious and gloomy which clouded his brow, though it was a lofty one, and a similar expression gleamed in his cold gray eye, and intimated severity and even harshness of disposition. But notwithstanding this repulsive circumstance, the priest had lately rendered Philipson a considerable service by detecting the treachery of his hypocritical guide, and the merchant was not a man to be startled from his course by any imaginary prepossessions against the looks or manners of any one, or apprehensions of machinations against himself. He only revolved in his mind the singularity attending his destiny, which, while it was necessary for him to appear before the Duke of Burgundy in the most conciliatory manner, seemed to force upon him the adoption of companions who must needs be obnoxious to that prince, and such he was too well aware must be the case with the priest of St. Paul's. Having reflected for an instant, he courteously accepted the offer of the priest to guide him to some place of rest and entertainment which must be absolutely necessary for his horse before he reached Strasbourg, even if he himself could have dispensed with it. The party being thus arranged, the novice brought forth the priest's steed, which he mounted with grace and agility, and the neophyte, being probably the same whom Arthur had represented during his escape from La Forêt, took charge, at his master's command, of the baggage horse of the Englishman, and crossing himself with a humble inclination of his head as the priest passed him, he fell into the rear, and seemed to pass the time, like the false brother Bartholomew, in telling his beads, with an earnestness which had perhaps more of affected than of real piety. The black priest of St. Paul's, to judge by the glance which he cast upon his novice, seemed to disdain the formality of the young man's devotion. He rode upon a strong black horse, more like a warrior's charger than the ambling palfrey of a priest, and the manner in which he managed him was entirely devoid of awkwardness and timidity. His pride, whatever was its character, was not certainly of a kind altogether professional, but had its origin in other swelling thoughts which arose in his mind to mingle with and enhance the self-consequence of a powerful ecclesiastic. As Philipson looked on his companion from time to time, his scrutinizing glance was returned by a haughty smile, which seemed to say, "You may gaze on my form and features, but you cannot penetrate my mystery." The looks of Philipson, which were never known to sink before mortal man, seemed to retort, with equal haughtiness, "Nor shall you, proud priest, know that you are now in company with one whose secret is far more important than thine own can be." At length the priest made some advance towards conversation, by allusion to the footing upon which, by a mutual understanding, they seemed to have placed their intercourse. "We travel then," he said, "like two powerful enchanters, each conscious of his own high and secret purpose, each in his own chariot of clouds, and neither imparting to his companion the direction or purpose of his journey." "Excuse me, father," answered Philipson, "I have neither asked your purpose nor concealed my own, so far as it concerns you. I repeat, I am bound to the presence of the Duke of Burgundy, and my object, like that of any other merchant, is to dispose of my wares to advantage." "Doubtless it would seem so," said the black priest, "from the extreme attention to your merchandise which you showed not above half an hour since, when you knew not whether your bales had crossed the river with your son or were remaining in your own charge. Are English merchants usually so indifferent to the sources of their traffic?" "When their lives are in danger," said Philipson, "they are sometimes negligent of their fortune." "It is well," replied the priest, and again resumed his solitary musings, until another half-hour's travelling brought them to a dorf, or village, which the black priest informed Philipson was that where he proposed to stop for the night. The novice, he said, will show you the inn, which is of good reputation, and where you may lodge with safety. For me, I have to visit a penitent in this village who desires my ghostly offices. Perhaps I may see you again this evening, perhaps not till the next morning. At any rate, adieu for the present." So saying, the priest stopped his horse, while the novice, coming close up to Philipson's side, conducted him onward through the narrow street of the village, whilst the windows exhibited here and there a twinkling gleam, announcing that the hour of darkness was arrived. Finally, he led the Englishman through an archway into a sort of courtyard, where there stood a car or two of a particular shape, used occasionally by women when they travel, and some other vehicles of the same kind. Here the young man threw himself from the sumpter horse, and, placing the rein in Philipson's hand, disappeared in the increasing darkness, after pointing to a large but dilapidated building, along the front of which not a spark of light was to be discovered from any of the narrow and numerous windows which were dimly visible in the twilight. End of chapter 18. End of Anne of Geierstein, Volume 1, by Sir Walter Scott.